to stay. Good morning, everybody. Please take your seats. The first event of our day, as we'll start soon and shortly at 9 a.m. I always get surprised when I hear my voice. It's like, oh, that. Good morning, everybody. Please take your seats. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the U.S. Center. The first event of our schedule today is the role of green hydrogen in Africa's energy transition, and I'd like to invite to the stage the moderator for this discussion, Tahani Gabaidison, CEO of ARM Harith Infrastructure Fund.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tahani Gabaidison, and I'm the CEO of ARM Harith Infrastructure Investments, a West African-focused infrastructure equity fund investing in sustainable infrastructure anchored on climate action. I will be your host for this event to explore the role of green hydrogen in Africa's energy transition. We shall start with an important announcement and signing for a landmark green hydrogen project in Africa, with Egypt as a focal point, and then move on to a panel discussion. Today's event seeks to recognize the broader strategic importance of innovation in technology and finance to scale energy transformation for the African continent. While this initiative is a proof of concept, as the first commercially viable green hydrogen project in Africa, the project lays the foundation for the nexus between energy, food security, agriculture, industry, and ultimately livelihoods. On that note, I would like to invite Terje Pilskog, the CEO of Skatak, to give some opening remarks.
Thank you, Terje, for that introduction. The pace is going too slow. There is currently a significant underinvestment in renewable energies across the world if we are going to achieve our climate targets. So we have to significantly increase that pace. And in terms of what we're talking about here today, hydrogen, and green ammonia is a key to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors. So also here, we need to increase the pace of investments. And yesterday, we marked the start of commissioning of the first phase of our green hydrogen Fertiglobe project. So this is a partnership between Scatec, between Fertiglobe, between Orascom Construction, and the Sovereign Fund of Egypt. And this project is then going to be built out to a 100 megawatt green hydrogen project. And this project is showcasing that the future is here and now. It is possible to achieve the cost levels for green hydrogen that can make it attractive. So this is the first step in this journey. But in order to accelerate the growth, also related to green hydrogen, support is required. So support is required to drive the growth so that we can industrialize the sector much and take it through the trajectory as the rest of the renewable energy industry has been. Think about the solar industry that has basically cut the cost by 10 times over a 10-year period. So support is required in terms of the fertilizer industry taking offtake, in terms of offtake regulations that the EU is looking into, in terms of government schemes like the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, or, as we're talking about here today, in terms of financing support and funding support. So the support from DFC in terms of this Fertiglobe project is crucial. They are providing technical assistance funds. They are providing $25 million in terms of free interest loans, and also another $25 million in terms of loans at a very competitive margin. So the support from the DFC and other similar financing institutions is crucial in terms of making these projects happen. So with that, let me introduce Scott Nathan, the CFO of DFC.
Thank you, Tarek. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. We're really thrilled to be part of this event, and I look forward to the panel, and it's fantastic to be joined by Tarek and Tarya and Osama from Orascom, fantastic partners that we look forward to working with. I'm also really pleased to be joined by Special Presidential Envoy Kerry, and look forward to introducing him momentarily. But before I do that, let me just say a few words about my organization, the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. DFC, which some of you may know, is the U.S. government's modernized development finance institution. We work with the private sector in markets all over the world to de-risk and crowd in private capital to investments in critical areas of the economy. And investing in opportunities to mitigate and adapt to the climate crisis is an enduring priority of ours, and it's taken center stage in our activities this last year. So I'm very proud to announce for the first time publicly that in fiscal year 2022, the year that just concluded on September 30th, the Development Finance Corporation is committed to more than $2.3 billion of climate-linked projects. This is a huge record for us and a great advance, a great leap forward. These transactions in climate finance cut across a range of solutions and innovations. They are comprised of over 50 deals, reflecting the breadth in opportunity we're seeing in the market. They span across a range from e-mobility to energy efficiency to battery storage and power generation, and each builds on our strong and proud history of financing for projects that are critical to economic growth and job creation. But of course, although we're setting a record in climate finance, it's of course not enough given the scale of the crisis. So we're retooling and growing our organization so that we can do even more year after year and into the future. So that brings me to the milestone we're celebrating today as part of this event and the panel we'll have. I'm pleased to mark this first step with Scatec to provide potential support to green hydrogen production here in Egypt. The retainer letter we're about to sign, that's sitting over there on the table, is focused on support for Scotec's vision, which represents the first major commercial green hydrogen project in the region. And green hydrogen, as you all know, promises to reduce emissions in a whole host of sectors, not just in the production of ammonia and fertilizer, as this project will do, but for industrial applications across the board. There's so many reasons why I like this project. You've heard about it already, and we'll go into greater depth later. But I want to add one slightly less obvious point, which is not only is this project going to be great for the climate and addressing the climate crisis, but it's also good for food security, an issue that's important to DFC, an issue that in this year, with Russia's aggression against Ukraine, has only become that much more important for us to focus on and do something about. So finally, let me say how thrilled I am to be joined by Secretary John Kerry. Secretary Kerry and I have worked together on these issues and many others for many years. He gave me my first opportunity to serve in government at the State Department. I'll forever be grateful to him for that. He's tireless, a dogged advocate, an inspiration to me personally, and I think to so many people around this complex. I'm thrilled to be able to introduce him. So, Secretary Kerry, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Energy? Good. All right. I love to hear it. It's really I'm very pleased to be here with Scott, who you just heard. We've been old friends and worked for a long time. He's doing a fabulous job at the DFC, which is one of our principal leverage entities in the world. I'm glad to be here with Tahani and Tahani. And I just want you to know we did that. We got both of them here, so you had a tongue twister in the morning. Could really struggle here. But way back last year, my office got involved in trying to figure out how do we get more private sector marriage with the public sector in the urgency of moving forward to deal with the climate crisis. And frankly, this is a prime example, an extraordinary example of that. And the capacity of the private sector to make a difference is something you hear me keep beating on, because there is no way we have enough money in the public sector or all the skill sets that we need in order to be able to do what we have to do here to accelerate the deployment of renewables around the world. So scaling these new technologies is critical, and that's Scott's job. And I think you heard him say they've done an amazing, record-breaking level of engagement on climate around the world. And I've had Jake Levine with us, a member of his staff, when we've made trips. It has made an enormous difference to have somebody with money in the room. It's good. So not only is there money to be made in investments like this, but it's the way we're going to most tangibly advance the process. It takes real projects, real reductions, real transition, and that's what we're going to get here. We have worked very, very closely with Egypt from day one. I've had a long relationship with Sami Shukri, the president of COP, but importantly, the foreign minister. We worked together on a lot of things. So we came over here early with the DFC and sat down with the government, with Prime Minister Madbouli, with the ministers, and said, what do you need? What's going to make the difference to your transition? They told us, and then we acted on that. And we began to put together this kind of partnership. So we have a great example of what happens when you bring all the pieces together here. We had 40 U.S. companies in a green business trade mission come over here, led by Ambassador David Thorne for our side. And the Chamber of Commerce and AmCham Egypt came together. We had 7 agencies involved in that visit. And the result of that is people connected. And that's really what helped to bring, the DFC and Scotec were able to connect, and their conversations led to this first step here today. Plug Power a U.S. company, also attended that business delegation visit, and they play a key role here because they are the green hydrogen company that has the ability. They're the only one active in Egypt, and they're the ones providing the electrolyzers for this record-breaking project. So we have a number of things. Now, thanks to this work between the DFC and Scotec, this project is going to go online as the largest green hydrogen, largest green ammonia production facility in the world. And that's an exciting thing to have come out of COP. It's incredible, as a matter of fact. So I hope everybody takes away from here the lesson of engagement between private sector, public sector, the daring of finance to step up and help us leverage in order to be able to make the deal happen, the willingness of entrepreneurs to take the risk and to be involved. There are just so many moving parts. And I hope everybody takes note of this kind of partnership. It is exactly what we need. And the DFC's tools, the public-private partnerships by the one today, are going to present us with a lot of opportunities going forward. So Scott, Tariye, thank you so much for being here, for your leadership and being part of this. And I look forward to the signing, and I'll take a check with me. It'll be good.
Okay, great. Another round of applause. Okay, wonderful. So thank you. We're going to be moving into a panel discussion. So if you would just give us a few minutes so that we can have the other discussants come up here. Okay, thank you. Scott, Tariye, you can start to...
No, two. Which number?
Hey, so congratulations. What a remarkable day. And it's great to be here, to be part of this event. Let me also introduce Osama. Osama Bishai is the CEO of Orascom, which is also a key partner into this project. And so let's sort of embark on a bit of a discussion about the project and really about the sector. So I would like to start with Tariye, not Tariye, so that we can make it clear. The financing of this project clearly would be quite unique, because anytime you're setting a precedent, it's going to be critical to bring in different types of capital structures, different forms of risk taking. So can you speak to what the risk elements are and how you're managing them, and the kind of capital structures that you would have to use to get this type of project off the ground?
Yes, absolutely. So the important thing is that this is a first of a kind project. So that means that it's new to everybody, including also the financing institutions. So in those situations, there's going to be a need to provide some additional support in order for us to sort of meet the commercial price points and the commercial cost points that is required for it to be a commercial offtake. Because the very special thing about this project is that it's a commercial offtake agreement with for the globe. And basically what we're doing here is that we are proving that we can get the cost of green hydrogen down to a level which is attractive from a commercial point of view. And then we will need some support, since it's the first of a kind, to sort of get that project off the ground. So it's important to have some financing support mechanism, some blended finance to support us to get down there.
Fantastic. So let me just add a second part, which is around the role of the development finance institutions and MDBs. How do you see them coming into a project like this and their role?
No, I think it's a crucial role that financing institutions like DFC is playing for a project like this. I mean, it's both in terms of providing technical assistance support so that we get funding support, financial support in terms of doing the development and doing the technical part of the project, but it's also giving support to take together with us the risk of doing a first-of-a-kind project, and also providing attractive financing terms that help us bring down the cost of green hydrogen to a commercial level on such a first-of-a-kind project.
Excellent. We'll come back to some of those matters. But Osama, Orascom, as one of the equity shareholders and the EPC contractor, where do you see a project like this heading? What do you see as the future of green hydrogen, especially in terms of the strategy of your business as also tied to Egypt and for Africa as a whole?
Well, I think this project should be looked at as a first step. Basically, when we complete the 100 megawatt, it provides only 10% ability for our off-taker to produce green products or green ammonia. So, I mean, we hope that on the long term they reach a much higher level, I mean, up to even 100% of that. So that's the long-term vision. As far as our strategy is concerned, I mean, it's always great to be involved in to be the first mover. We have, in this little short period of time, we have created some skill set that it will be quite unique to be able to wrap up the technical parts and the EPC concept of something that has not been done before. I mean, the challenge of this technology is that it's fairly new. There's a lot of unproven concepts yet. It should be scalable. So to be able to create the skill set now and to be able to create the experience will put us as a contractor in a very unique position as far as Egypt and even the region.
Absolutely, and definitely part of the legacy of Orascom in Africa. So going to Scott, it will be really interesting for us to hear about DFC's strategy in blended finance and how you see catalytic capital playing a key role in this project and generally in challenging, in sort of, let's call it precedent-setting projects such as this one.
Well, thanks for the question. And again, great to be here with everybody to talk about this fantastic project. I just want to build on what both Osama and Tarya said, about the groundbreaking nature of this project and the first mover demonstration effect, the aspect of this that is really setting a new pattern for the future. That's exactly the kind of project that development finance institutions should be involved in, want to be involved in. The Development Finance Corporation, on our part, is looking for these kind of projects where we can mitigate risk to help demonstrate to future sources of finance that these kind of projects are viable, that they're important, and that the private sector long-term should be funding them. At the moment, if there was private sector capital willing to take this kind of risk, we wouldn't need to be involved. But our role in a project like this is to step out on that risk curve, to be able to mitigate risk, to help make it happen, and hopefully, over time, crowd in private capital. As Secretary Terry said, the only way we're going to be able to ultimately solve the problem of the climate crisis is by accessing the enormous capacity of the private capital markets. But that's where institutions like mine come in taking the first step to help make that sort of demonstration and reduce the risk to help crowd in that capital. So.
Absolutely. I mean, the efficiency of instruments to mobilize capital is clearly the role of the DFIs and MDBs. And the more of that we're seeing in the market, the more of these type of projects we can get off the ground. I want to switch gears for a moment into a more existential issue around food security, agriculture, and the green hydrogen pathway and interplay. I'd like to hear from each of you, what you think in terms of the future of that nexus and how we can really influence more projects such as these that can deliver on agricultural food security, because it also ties to a key area, which is adaptation. So maybe I can start with Tarja and then can go to the others.
Yeah, again, I mean, what we're talking about here is a proof of concept. It's a first step in terms of showcasing, basically, that green hydrogen and, for that matter, also green ammonia can be produced based on renewable energy, and it can be produced at a close to competitive level based on the fantastic renewable energy resources that you have here in Egypt and that you have in Africa. And this obviously will enable a development of more availability, increased capacity for also producing green hydrogen and green ammonia as an input to a more localized fertilizer industry in Africa going forward. So there is a development element to this, which is very interesting, because in most African countries, they have a fantastic resource when it comes to renewable energy. Renewable energy is by far the lowest cost source of energy on this continent, and that can now be also used into value creation and providing some of the inputs into the food space. And so I think it's very significant in terms of the potential related to that.
Absolutely. Value creation really needs to be underlined. Osama?
Actually, I would like to look at it maybe from a much more simple approach. Food security is driven partly by the availability of fertilizers. And fertilizers, a big portion of that are driven by the availability of natural gas. Any natural resources have certain limitations. The beauty of what we're doing here is that we are using renewable energy, which is basically wind and sun. I mean, we hope that there is no end for wind and sun. So the ability to continue to expand building fertilizers, plus they will be green, it will create the ability for farmers to cultivate their land. And on top of that, I think part of food security is creating jobs. So when we continue to build renewables and go through that chain to fertilizers, ammonia, or even other products, definitely we will be creating jobs and increasing the quality of life of people with how much money they earn. So, I mean, we're very much excited about this change of the industry, because we have been involved in the conventional fertilizer business for a while, but it's quite exciting to see that, and I hope that this comes sooner rather than later, that we're building few fertilizers plants based on renewable energy.
Yeah, the job point is very crucial. Scott?
Well, thanks. Fascinating comments about fertilizer and the benefits of this project. I just want to add a different element. I mean, in addition to the clear benefits for fertilizer that this project will produce, as I mentioned in my remarks, prior to 2022, food security, nutrition security, the relationship of that to development and economic growth, and helping improve people's lives was clear. My institution committed to $1 billion of investments in nutrition advancement and security over a 5-year period. We're massively ahead of schedule on that. That was important before 2022. On February 24th, 2022, this issue went from being very important to being turbocharged and incredibly important with Russia's illegal, brutal, unjustified war on Ukraine. Not only is that a horrible thing of what they're doing in Ukraine, but as we all know, the implications around the world for food security have been massive. It just highlights the importance, as Osama mentioned, with the rising price of natural gas, but also the availability of grain, of fertilizer, how important it is to invest in food security and nutrition generally, whether it's fertilizer and having distributed sources of fertilizer, or investing in smallholder farmers, logistics, storage, reducing wastage. These are extremely important. They're closely linked to the climate crisis, and it's an area that development finance institutions really need to be focused, need to be making long-term investments. It's all connected, the climate crisis, food, nutrition.
And it's not the easy work. And so, you've got to be able to do the really hard work, because this is not the low-hanging fruit. And so again, just reflecting on this conversation and taking us back to where we started around really bankable climate projects. I think that's always a refrain in the private sector engagement around whether it's capital or developers, the challenges with investable pipelines and bankable projects. Tarja, you were Executive Vice President for product development and project development, I believe. And I can imagine over your career, you've built out a lot of projects and have had to shift into thinking about how to deliver innovative technology and to do so rapidly. And so can you speak to us about that experience and how you think about almost inspiring others to build out a bankable structure? I mean, you're on the ground floor, but how do you think about creating a bankable project off a new technology such as this?
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe a short question, but could be an extremely long answer. I mean, where we are today in this industry when it comes to green hydrogen and green ammonia is currently there is no significant commercial market for it. So normally you could build out a project and you can enter into a contract for selling that on a short-term basis or a long-term basis. But the way that we do project is based on non-recourse project finance. So basically the financing institution is carrying a significant part of the project. And then you need to have the offtake. So basically what is going to create the bankable projects in this space, and what is going to now on a short-term basis be the unlocking elements in terms of driving growth here, is to secure the offtake. And in order for the current fertilizer industry, and in order for sort of other industries that might be purchasers of green ammonia, green hydrogen in the future, it needs to be certain support mechanisms. It needs to be certain elements that creates that additional incentive. And that can be government schemes, like for instance in the EU, Germany talking about providing certain fixed price levels. It can be support schemes like you have in the US now, where you have the Inflation Reduction Act, which basically gives a grant, a tax credit for producing green hydrogen. So those are the things that needs to be done on the offtake. So the first thing you need to make sure that you have is a bankable offtake that can carry the project. The second thing, which obviously is important in terms of what we are currently doing, and Osama also talked a bit about it, is these, from a technology point of view, these are first-of-kind projects. I mean, most of the technology is here and has been used before, but it's about the integration of these technologies into sort of a larger project. And here we need to sort of get all stakeholders comfortable with how we are structuring those projects from a technology point of view, and that they are going to be reliable and provide robust output. So those are maybe sort of the two key areas is going to be important to focus on. And especially on the offtake side, I think it's important to sort of find additional scheme if we are going to be able to unlock the growth. And it's only through unlocking the growth of this industry that we're going to get this industrialized and get the costs further down over time.
Right. So the off-taker conundrum is really the key to unlock bankable projects, and we see that across multiple sectors. On the similar line, Osama, in the context of Orascom's strategy on decarbonization, and then decarbonizing your strategy, but clearly a lot of the sectors will be new sectors, innovative sectors. How are you thinking about those projects being bankable in line with a decarbonization strategy?
Being a bricks and mortars guy, so I try to not think about bankability in a very conventional way. I mean, I give myself a little bit of credit for the relationship of DFC. I went and met with them and I told them I want a blanket check of $50 million, no strings attached. We may be producing some hydrogen in the future. And I have to give them a lot of credit that they didn't come that close to the $50 million, but they really came across. I think it's crucial for financial institutions to follow the lead of DFC on that. And when you have an unproven technology, everybody has to take a leap of faith and not follow a conventional bankable transaction. Because without that, we will continue building single cycle power plants. So it's really important. The other issue is I'm proud that we as Orascom, we have been a pioneer in getting involved in industries by just, plunging in and getting involved. I mean, in the 90s, we were involved in cement plants, and we have never built ones, later fertilizers. But today, as far as decarbonization, we believe in renewable energy. Because without renewable energy, you cannot produce hydrogen, you cannot produce green products, you cannot even produce clean power for the people. So we have been working on renewables since probably 2014 or 2013. We started at 250 megawatt then. We have started construction on a 500 megawatt actually last week. And we just signed a preliminary MOU with the government for a 3 gigawatt. I believe if we're able to provide enough or abundant renewable energy, I think it will be used by everybody for all sorts of things.
Right. I've also been trying to get that $50 million check from DFC. So
we all want.
I will look forward to some coaching after the fact. Scott, bankable transactions and your thoughts on how we get more of these type of transactions off the ground and get more DFIs to be as courageous as the DFC.
Well, thanks for that, and the check's in the mail, by the way. That's I agree completely with the two comments that were made on this. This is an incredibly important issue. For my institution, it's not about a limit on how much capital we have to spend in this area. It's purely the gating factor is the number of projects. We have way more capacity. We have the desire to finance these projects. We just need partners like Scotec and Orascom to be able to find the projects where we're willing to share risk, to help mitigate the risk to get these kind of projects moving and off the ground. Having partners like Scotec and Orascom who are willing to put some skin in the game, take the sort of sweat equity that's necessary to do the hard work, to have governments that are willing to create the regulatory policy environment that make these kind of projects possible. Those are the ingredients that then make it really desirable and a lot easier for us as a development finance institution to provide the money necessary to move things forward. And as I mentioned earlier, hopefully demonstrate to the private sector that these are the kind of projects that long-term they should be focused on as well. Our requirement when the United States Congress created our agency 3 years ago, one of the requirements was that our financing be additional if there's commercial financing available, like with other development finance institutions, if there's commercial financing available, we're not going to be necessary. Obviously, given the scale of the problem, given the developing technologies that this project and others represent, there's still a huge role for development finance institutions. I don't think we're going out of business anytime soon, but we will be there to analyze these projects, hopefully fund them, and get things moving forward to crowd in as much additional capital as we possibly can.
Thank you. And I also want to reflect on a comment you made earlier about the solar sector, because honestly, 10, 15 years ago, I mean, I've been in infrastructure in Africa for years. That was considered high cost. You know, the idea was in 10 years' time, these costs should be low enough, but we're not there yet, and we're there now. So projects like this, while this is really the early days, the fact is that we're hoping that in the next decade, this, of course, will be the solar of 10 years ago. Lightning round, let's be courageous. What next? So if you could influence something that's really on the horizon, something that we should actually start looking at as really the next challenge. We're not financing it, but let's figure something out. Let's do it in, 10 seconds each or something like that so that we can then wind down our discussion. So I'll start with you, Tarja.
Well, the next step, I think, we've been in Egypt since 2014. We're one of the largest players here. We have 400 megawatts operating in Benban. I think the next step here is to think about how we can build out in Egypt renewable energy and green hydrogen hub. And Egypt has the potential to become a green hydrogen hub in Africa or globally even, with the fantastic resources on the renewable energy side, low-cost renewables, available space in order to build out renewables, proximity to the key shipping lanes, proximity to Europe. I mean, there is a huge potential in terms of building out massive renewable energy and green hydrogen and ammonia in Egypt. So that is good enough in itself. That's a fantastic opportunity that we should all try to capture.
Scale, next.
Well, I radically agree with that idea. DFC would love to be involved with the building out of this kind of green hydrogen hub. I think that's fantastic. Let me add one additional thing to get to your question, Tarje. Across the continent, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, I think we would love to see more on-grid solar. This year, just a few months ago, we signed a commitment to finance the first on-grid solar project in Malawi. It combines both solar and battery storage in order to help manage the grid component of that. That's the kind of project we'd love to see as a demonstration multiplied throughout sub-Saharan Africa, and we would be very interested in funding additional projects like that.
Osama, from the ground.
Well, I echo what was said. For us, maybe two simple things. We are going to continue to be part of the energy transition of Egypt. We are well connected to all the stakeholders, and we're actually having boots on the ground and all that. The other one is, my aspiration is that we can be able to do that in Africa, not only in Egypt.
Absolutely. Well, Scott, Tarja, Osama, thank you very much for this inspiring discussion, but more importantly, the inspiring work. And that I think is really what's more important here is what you're doing outside of these sessions and, really doing that hard work. You're really showcasing the trajectory of how we bring a frontier sector, such as green hydrogen, green ammonia, into central focus, really helping us think through innovative technology and innovative finance, more importantly, for energy solutions on the continent. So thank you again for sharing your insights, being so open. I can imagine that we are all looking forward to what's to come. Thank you.
Tarja, thank you for moderating. Great job.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming to the U.S. Center. Our next event will be at 10 o'clock. on a high-level letters of interest ceremony with the Export-Import Bank of the United States and the government of Romania. That'll be here at 10 o'clock.
Test. Okay. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Doi, trei, patru. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 10. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 10. Probă de microfon. 2, 10. 2, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Change the cable. What?
Test mic, test mic. 1, 2, 3. Hey, test mic. Test mic. Echo. Lighting. Test mic, test mic, test mic, test mic. No echo. Test mic, test mic, test mic, test mic. Test mic, test mic, test mic, test mic. Oh. Test mic, hey, test mic, 1, 2, 3. Test mic, hey, 1, 2, 3. Test mic.
Good morning, everybody. Our next event will be here at the U.S. Center in just a couple minutes, so please take your seats. High-level letters of interest ceremony with the Export-Import Bank of the United States and the government of Romania will be taking place here at the U.S. Center in just a couple minutes. Please take your seats. Good morning. Welcome to the high-level letters of interest ceremony with the Export-Import Bank of the United States and the government of Romania. Please welcome to the stage Retta Joe Lewis, Ex-Im President and Chair of the Board of Directors, His Excellency Mr. Klaus Werner Johannes, President of Romania, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry, Romanian Minister of Energy Virgil Popescu, and Assistant Secretary Jeffrey Pyatt of the U.S. Department of State. Please welcome to the stage Retta Joe Lewis, Ex-Im President and Chair of the Board of Directors, His Excellency Mr. Klaus Werner Johannes, President of Romania, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry, Romanian Minister of Energy Virgil Popescu, and Assistant Secretary Jeffrey Pyatt of the U.S. Department of State. Chairman Lewis will kick off the events with brief remarks from the podium.
First of all, thank all of you for joining us today. It is my honor to be here with Special President Envoy for Climate John Kerry, President Johannes, and Secretary Blinken's team, Undersecretary Fernandez and Assistant Secretary Pyatt. Minister Popescu, so delighted to be able to be joined with you today. I'm proud to announce the issuance of 2 letters of interest by Exim Bank with regards to potential XM support of the Chernobyl nuclear power projects units 3 and 4, one for $50 million in financing and one for up to $3 billion in financing. The issuance of these letters of interest is an important step forward in the partnership between the United States and Romania to advance our global investment in clean energy, specifically civil nuclear energy. Before I invite my esteemed colleagues to speak, I want to note a couple of things. First, XM is very excited to be extending this, to be here at COP, and particularly on Finance Day. Since I began my tenure here at XM 9 months ago, I have put climate finance at the forefront of XM's agenda. XM is completely committed to supporting the United States in helping to provide over $11.4 billion in climate finance per year. I'm proud to announce that in 2022, XM provided more than $175 million in climate finance, which is significantly higher than previously authorized amounts. Second, XM's history of global engagement is rooted in America's deep commitment to investing in a prosperous and peaceful Europe. In that vein, I'm proud that today's letters of interest signal not only XM's commitment to advance President Biden's efforts to confront head-on the existential threat of climate change, but also XM's commitment to invest in Romania's energy independence and sovereignty at a time when Russia continues to demonstrate its willingness to take its neighbors hostage through energy dependency. I'm grateful for the partnership of Minister Popescu and SNN Cosmin-Ghita and look forward to a strong working relationship over the next several years as this project comes to fruition. I now welcome Romania's President Iohannis, to speak. Thank you, President Iohannis.
Thank you very much. This is an important step. I am very glad to be here on the scene together with Mr. Kerry, Special Envoy of the U.S. President, Mrs. Lewis, President of U.S. Exim Bank, Undersecretary Pyatt, Minister Popescu, and all of you. We are living in times with multiple crises. One of the most difficult to tackle crisis is the energy crisis. This is because energy is not always available, especially gas, and energy, unfortunately, is quite expensive. So this is what we want to solve through the step we make today. Energy security is what we need, but energy security is possible only with energy availability. And we in Romania have one more ambition, and this is very important. We want to become independent. We want to produce enough energy in Romania for Romanians, for businesses in Romania. Our strategy in Romania to achieve these goals is to develop renewables and electricity production from nuclear. Last year at the COP26, Special Envoy Kerry and I agreed upon a program to build and deploy SMR, small modular reactors, in Romania. It's the first program of this type in our part of the world. And now, just 1 year later, we agree on an important step, the step which creates the financing for a new program, building 2 new units, Unit 3 and Unit 4, at the nuclear plant in Chernobyl. These steps are extremely important, not only for Romania, but for the entire region, because this is a new approach in assuring that we have enough energy in proving that we are energy independent, and in showing that we know how to achieve the green transition, because renewable and nuclear together will make it possible to move away from fossil fuel. So congratulations for this very important step, and I hope that not before long these two letters of intent for the planning and for a significant part of the financing to build these new units will lead to action, to really build these units and have the electricity, the power available. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, it's really a delight to be here with you. Thank you so much for your leadership and what you've been doing. Chair Lewis, thank you for everything Exim is doing, my colleagues in the State Department, administration writ large. Thank you for helping to pull the pieces of this together. It's an example of a terrific amount of coordination over a fairly long period of time. And I just want to emphasize what is happening here, if I may. The science could not be more clear. The IPCC tells us we have X number of years within which we can make decisions that will avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis. We're behind. We're not getting it done fully. Lots of exciting things are happening, and this is one of them. But everybody needs to understand we need to pick up the pace if we're going to avoid the worst consequences of the crisis. That's not John Kerry speaking or President Biden speaking. That is the best scientists in the world who've been working for years, warning us again and again. So we have to accelerate. Even if we think we're doing it quickly, we have to speed it up. We have to find ways, because currently, despite Glasgow, we are on a course to hit 2.5 to 3.5 degrees. And so the urgency of reducing that and achieving what the IEA told us we can achieve in Glasgow could not be more important. That's why this is important. The strategic partnership that we have with Romania to refurbish and expand the Cernavodă plant is really critical, and particularly when you look at what's happening in Europe today with energy being weaponized by Putin and prices very high because supply is difficult. So we have to deal with the supply and demand. Now, I have believed for the last years, years ago, I was saying, no, we don't need nuclear. We can't do that. I am now convinced that we have new technology, new safety capacity, new designs, and we know what we're doing sufficiently that we have a viable alternative in nuclear to be able to get no emissions energy in places that are just completely without energy in any other way. This is one of the ways in which we can achieve net zero. I think the science and the people who do the math will tell you we don't get to net zero by 2050 without nuclear power being part of that mix. We just don't do it. So we need to push SMRs and push also possibly what may come with fusion instead of fission. We don't know. But in the meantime, we have to keep our economies moving. We have to heat our homes. We have to provide water. We have to provide security of energy for people in the world. And the global clean energy transition requires a full measure of clean energy deployment. So we appreciate Romania's leadership on this front. And we're pleased to see that both large and small reactors are going to play an important role in Romania's future energy mix. And this project is going to double Cernavodă's generation capacity, and it will help reduce emissions as a result of the power that it's going to put out. And it will be reducing more emissions than it is able to reduce today. So that's a plus plus. So we're very honored to be partners with Romania in this project. We look forward to advancing it. I was talking with the minister about how and whether there are ways to try to accelerate, because all over the world we need to accelerate the pace at which we are reducing emissions. So this is just one more step in a whole series of steps which together will help us meet this crisis. So thank you very much, Mr. President, for Romania's leadership and yours. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Chairwoman Lewis will now hand off 2 letters of interest to the Minister of Energy, Virgil Popescu. And now, for some brief remarks from the podium, Minister Popescu.
President Iohannis, Special Envoy Kerry, Chairman Luis, dear Jeff. So I am very honored here to be present and to receive these 2 letters. This is a big step towards Romanian independence in the energetic fields, and I am sure that after that, the new steps that we will do it together will increase the speed and will finalize in time our nuclear program. We are committed to do our nuclear program. We are committed in the field of nuclear. Romania is a pro-nuclear country, and I thank you very much, President Iohannis, for his strong support on the nuclear Romanian program, and Prime Minister Ciucă for the same support in this field. And I am sure that in time Romania will reach energy independence, and it will be a country that will secure the security of supply energy of the region and of course of our brother from Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much once again, and let's go to work together because we have a lot to do. Thank you.
And thank you to all of our speakers. Another round of applause for our speakers on stage. And as our speakers leave the stage, we'll now have a video from the Undersecretary for Economic Growth, Energy, and Environment, Jose Fernandez.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to see Exim present letters of intent to Romania for the refurbishment and build-out of the Cernavoda nuclear power plant. The U.S. appreciates how important Cernavoda is to the Romanian people, and we're pleased to see it add to the clean energy mix of Romania and to the broader region. I'm also pleased to see Special Envoy Kerry and President Iohannis celebrate this effort. As the war in Ukraine has shown, energy security is vital to stripping away any dependencies on Russia. And as a frontline country, Romania knows the dangers presented by Russia's aggression. Romania is responding as a leader for both itself and for Ukraine and for Moldova. With last year's announcement at COP26 that Romania would lead on small nuclear reactors, this effort shows that Romania is leading on civil nuclear advancement, and we in the United States are proud to join their efforts. Congratulations again to Exim and to Romania on achieving success together at COP27.
Thank you for coming to the U.S. Center. Our next event will be at 10:30. Private sector investment in global clean energy infrastructure, unlocking markets through clean energy demand initiative. That again will be here at the U.S. Center at 10:30.
Yes. Okay. Ready. Test mic. Hey. Test mic. Test mic. Hey. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Hey. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Hey. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic.
Just introduce the event. Who said it was okay? I'm just going to use the... Incidentally, it's really... If everyone can take their seats, this event is about to begin in just a minute. Thank you. We are about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Private Sector Investment in Global Clean Energy Infrastructure, Unlocking Markets Through the Clean Energy Demand Initiative. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Deputy Assistant Secretary Spitzberg. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Success. Now I'm even more excited that you can actually hear me. Thank you so much for being here at the U.S. Center to have a discussion and a full event on what it really means to drive private sector investment through the Clean Energy Demand Initiative. We have an amazing group of speakers, panelists, and a presentation on a pilot today. And this is an initiative that Secretary Kerry launched in Glasgow. He had to step out, but we all know how committed he is to corporate action. With that, I would very much like to start today off with our new leadership, U.S. Assistant Secretary for Energy Resources, Jeffrey Pyatt, a two-time ambassador and our lead on diplomacy for energy transition.
Thank you so much, Anna. Good morning, everybody. Again, welcome to the U.S. Center for COP27 here at Sharm el-Sheikh. I'm incredibly excited about today's event because it gives us the opportunity to highlight the nexus between government officials, corporate executives, and our societies to highlight the progress and potential of the Clean Energy Demand Initiative. Secretary Kerry launched SETI last year at COP to bring companies and countries together to accelerate the energy transition. This initiative is premised on the understanding that we can only meet our climate ambitions if we work across sectors and collaborate to create policies and investment ecosystems that drive clean energy deployment. It is founded on the principle that the energy transition is the most important single economic opportunity of our generation, and we need to galvanize our work together. SETI has made fantastic progress in just its first year. 80 companies or so have joined the initiative to signal their interest in clean energy. Taken together, these companies have the potential to drive hundreds of billions of dollars in investment for renewable energy. And in the 14 countries that have been identified as SETI partners to begin with. Several of these multinational companies will join us today to discuss their corporate clean energy progress and goals and how SETI fits into their efforts. I want to thank all of our corporate sponsors and partners for their participation. SETI has also expanded its government membership over the past year, with 4 countries signing SETI letters of intent. I really want to extend my appreciation to those 4 countries: Nigeria, Thailand, Australia, and the Philippines. We'll hear from leaders from some of those governments later this morning about the potential for corporate renewable procurement and how, working with the private sector and with each other, we can accelerate investment and deployment. I'm incredibly encouraged about the progress that has already happened, but we know that with additional resources, SETI has the potential to push this envelope on financing even further and faster. And in that regard, I'm incredibly excited to launch the SETI Secretariat, and I want to thank especially our partners at Google.org and the Clean Energy Buyers Alliance, which have made that Secretariat feasible. The Secretariat will ensure that SETI has the people, operational structure, and funding to support its extensive member network. The Secretariat will engage governments and companies. It will track policies and corporate investments in clean energy. It will catalog and disseminate best practices. It will host public-private events, and it will continue SETI's efforts to unlock clean energy markets around the world. We're incredibly grateful for Google.org's support to this Secretariat effort, and I particularly want to thank Google's Chief Sustainability Officer, Kate Brandt, who's with us today. We really appreciate, Kate, your leadership, Google's partnership on corporate sustainability, and look forward to working closely with you and your team through the SETI Secretariat. Thank you so much for letting me join you today, and back to Anna.
Thank you, Ambassador. Much of today is about collaboration, and our most recent member to have signed letters of intent with companies is Australia. So please let me welcome Kushla Munro, Australia's first Assistant Secretary for International Climate and Net Zero Pathways.
So, well, thank you, Anna, and thank you, Ambassador, for the opportunity to be here today. So you're right. When you look at that list of countries, it's pretty exciting in terms of who's been able to sign on. And for Australia, we signed on at the great Global Clean Energy Action Forum in Pittsburgh between the new Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Chris Bowen from Australia, and directly with Secretary Kerry. And the point of that, though, was to signal the intent of Australia to be a renewable energy superpower. The way that we have to do that, though, we're aiming to get to 82% renewables in our electricity system by 2030. And the government has to do the right things in terms of the creation of the markets. We're looking at new renewable energy zones, huge new transmission lines as well. But the matching part of that is obviously to have those companies that put it on the line and say, we need renewables. Even more so, we look at how we can be an exemplar and hopefully foster those great partnerships, not only in Australia, but what we have to do in the Indo-Pacific. So in particular, I think there's great opportunities in countries like Vietnam and Indonesia, alongside countries like Thailand that have already signed up. And it is such an interesting list for us of companies, including Google, PepsiCo, Amazon, Unilever, Lululemon and Iron Mountain, which are big companies. But there are also companies like Salesforce, which is a large software company in Australia. They signed up, but we are also looking at what they will be doing in terms of their large-scale solar projects in Indonesia in particular. So again, it is a fantastic opportunity, and again, another thing that has been launched by the US that we're super keen to support, to see what we can do and make this stuff happen. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Kushla. One of the most exciting members that we've had join this year was Nigeria, where we see incredible potential to really merge the conversation on energy transition and bringing private sector investment for new markets. So please, it is my pleasure to welcome Nigeria's Climate Change Council Director General, Salisu Dahiru.
Yeah, I have a manageable size, so I have to adjust the mic. Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. Actually, I'm wearing two caps. First of all, I'm representing the Honorable Minister of Environment, Barrister Abdullahi, who also has another engagement on the Energy Transition Program planned for Nigeria, and also as the head of the Climate Change Council. Nigeria was lucky to be part of SETI because we signed the letter of intent sometimes in August, I think, with Senator John Kerry when he visited the country. And for us, it provides a very great opportunity to kind of align with our energy transition program, which sets to be the main pivot for our net zero emissions target, as well as that of the Nigerian NDCs. And for that energy transition plan, the key deliverables are, one, to be able to have between 3 to 5 agreements with original equipment manufacturers, and also to have 1 or 2 agreements with in the area of capacity building and institutional strengthening, particularly looking at the epileptic infrastructure that we have for energy production and transmission in the country. And we believe that SETI gives us a very good opportunity as a country to be able to serve as a special purpose vehicle that will enable Nigeria achieve the targets of this energy transition plan. And furthermore, I think we are further encouraged by the launch today by Ambassador on the Secretariat of SEDI, which means it's going to be, we are going to hit the ground running. So we really look forward to the consummation of this partnership with specific next steps, which will be the further entrenchment of the letters of the agreement and development of specific linkages with the respective companies, and also in the area of capacity building. And once again, it's a big pleasure being here with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think both of your remarks really highlighted the potential of government action. And as Ambassador Pyatt mentioned, the other side of that is corporate action, which is why we're so excited to launch the SETI Secretariat to really maximize the impact of what we're doing on the ground. So please let me welcome Google's Chief Sustainability Officer, Kate Brandt, to the stage to talk a little bit more about what that means.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us here today, and wonderful to join this incredibly distinguished panel. I think this is such a great example of one of the things I think this COP is all about, which is about turning ambitions to action. So many of us independently at our companies, in our nations, at our NGOs have made these commitments, and now it's all about how do we come together and really drive progress. So I think this is such a wonderful example of that. Just to share a little bit about Google and the work that we've been doing on clean energy for many years. Over the past decade, we have purchased more renewable energy than any other company. We've signed about 60 power purchase agreements for 7 gigawatts, and this is towards our commitment to 100% renewable energy, which we've achieved for the last 5 years. But of course, we know that our responsibility starts at home. It starts with our own footprint, and we never like to rest on our laurels. So we're always thinking about how do we keep pushing? How do we keep innovating? So last year, we set a net zero target across our operations and value chain for 2030. And a big piece of how we're going to get there is operating on 24/7 carbon-free energy. And of course, this is all about partnership. This isn't about Google achieving our goals. This is about the world achieving its goals. This is about all of us getting grids to 24/7. And so this is where the work that we're all doing together becomes so critical. We know that organizations like SETI are going to be essential in getting international markets to fully decarbonize, and it's going to enable us, all my corporate colleagues here, to drive the deep decarbonization we need in our value chains and in our operations. We also know that policy change and market transformation is going to be absolutely essential on this journey. And of course, public-private partnership, what this is such a beautiful example of today. And we're particularly pleased as part of the SETI initiative to have signed the letter of intent with Australia just very recently, and very excited about the partnership with you. And this is just one of, I think, a set of really critical partnerships that we're seeing emerge in this space. We have initiatives like the Resource Platform that are bringing companies together in Europe, again, to drive on policy action and to get greater access to carbon-free energy. And last year at COP, we had the great pleasure of partnering with UN Energy and SE4All to launch the Compact for 24/7, which is also bringing companies, cities, and nations together to drive towards carbon-free energy on grids around the world. And then just a couple of weeks ago, we were in Buenos Aires with C40, and also looking at the power of cities, their opportunity to drive this change and to partner with their communities. And so we launched an initiative to drive 24/7 in Copenhagen, in London, and in Paris. And we just announced yesterday that we'll also be doing this in a city in Africa. And of course, I am so thrilled about today's announcement. Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary Pyatt, for your very kind words. We couldn't be more delighted to be, through Google.org, providing this $1 million grant to combine the forces of two incredible initiatives, SETI and SIBA. We've been so proud, Miranda, to be with you on this journey for many years and all the great work you've been doing in SIBA. And now bringing these two organizations together, I think we're going to unlock so much more opportunity. It's going to be about expanding clean energy access worldwide, enabling companies and governments to meet their clean energy targets, and of course, driving innovation and deployment. So thrilled to be here with you and looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Goodness, I remember a few years ago tracking corporate deals, and it was all about megawatts. It's music to my ears that now companies get up and talk about gigawatts, and it really says something because it's only been a few years. Thank you so much for your leadership and support, Kate. I want to build on your remarks and thread the needle between that government policy and that private sector action that you talked about in the implementation component. So let me invite, Kate, if you can come back to the stage. I'd like to invite some other corporate SETI members as well. Miranda Ballantyne, please come on. We're going to have a moderated panel discussion. Miranda Ballantyne is the Chief Executive Officer for the Clean Energy Buyers Alliance. I would also like to invite Jim Andrew, Chief Sustainability Officer at PepsiCo. Ezgi Barcinas, Chief Sustainability Officer at AB InBev. And Jake Oster, Head of Energy and Environment Policy at Amazon. As well as Omar Vargas, the Vice President and Head of Global Public Policy at General Motors. Miranda, the floor is yours.
Let's see, is the mic working okay? Can you hear me? Great. Well, thank you so much, Daz Spitzberg, Assistant Secretary Pyatt, and distinguished guests from Australia and Nigeria. It's a delight to be here, and it's a delight to be sharing the stage with global corporations that are leading the clean energy transition. So as was previously mentioned, we launched the Clean Energy Demand Initiative last year at COP26, and a lot has happened in the last 12 months around the world with large clean energy procurement. So we're going to allow our panelists to tell us a little bit about their company's actions. Since this COP is all about the transition from commitment to action, I'm going to ask each panelist, of all the many things that your companies are doing, see if you can pick just one that you're most excited about. And then our panelists represent a wide range of different types of companies. So I'm going to ask each of them a specific question about their unique journeys. But why don't we start by sharing what is the one thing you're most excited about, the one project, the one conversation, the one international negotiation that you're most excited about. Kate, do you want to start? Tell us, what are you most excited about at Google?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say we're really excited about the progress that we've been making on 24/7. You know, for us, this is all about how do we roll up our sleeves and really learn and grow our portfolio and drive new initiatives in the work that we're doing. So I'll just share a couple of examples of projects that we're really excited about. One was in Chile. We have partnered with AES, and we've built 23 new wind turbines, and they're part of a new hybrid project that's both wind and solar. It's about 125 megawatts of clean energy, and this will enable us to get to about 80% carbon-free energy for our data center in Chile. And also, we have a really exciting project that we've done with Fervo Clean Energy. So here, what we know is, of course, we need more wind and solar, but we also need baseload solutions, too. So Fervo is working on advanced geothermal. So we've teamed up with them in Nevada. We're both purchasing from an advanced geothermal project, but also working with them using machine learning to further improve the output of these projects. And so it's a great mix of both being kind of a more classic PPA arrangement, but also really bringing technology and innovation to the table. So those are two I'm particularly excited about.
I'm really excited about the Fervo project, too. We often talk about wind and solar, and there are the forgotten renewables, hydropower and geothermal, so that's very exciting. Jim, PepsiCo is, I think you have a dozen billion-dollar brands, right? Billion-dollar brands. And of all the companies on stage, you probably touch more humans with your brands around the world than any other company. So tell us a little bit about how PepsiCo approaches this complex topic of deploying clean energy all around the world, in every country, in every market. And what are you most excited about in terms of Pepsi's actions in the last year?
Great. Thanks, Miranda. And you're right, a lot has happened in the last year. Right before Glasgow, we announced our whole company transformation called PepsiCo Positive, net zero by 2040. And a big piece of that is renewable electricity, clean energy. And we've already achieved 100% renewable electricity in our U.S. direct operations, which is literally half of our total global demand. A big part of what's left is Scope 3. And so the thing I'm most proud of is we have a program with, we've done it with Schneider Electric to really enable and educate our suppliers to easily and quickly get into renewable electricity. You know, companies like us on the stage can do the heavy lifting to put together a PPA, and we know what renewable is. A lot of our suppliers, especially when you get down to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, they don't know. They're interested, and so what we've really focused on is a program that educates them on renewable electricity, but then makes a PPA almost plug and play. It's called PepsiCo Positive Renew, and it's really about how can I, as a supplier, bulk aggregate demand to be able to generate PPAs across a whole range of our suppliers, our bottlers, our co-manufacturers. So that's really something I'm really proud of, because Scope 3 for us is 93%, renewable electricity a big piece of it. In terms of the brand question you answered, the global scope, you know, renewable electricity is a global opportunity, but intensely local, right? And so anywhere that it's enabled and allowed, we aggressively pursue it. And we're moving, you know, many countries around the world moving aggressively on renewable electricity. However, there's other countries where that's not available. Now, that's a problem, but it's also an opportunity, because it gives governments a chance to rapidly decarbonize their energy supplies and grid if they want to. So in many countries, companies like any of us are not able to do PPAs, for example, directly with project developers. Changing that policy allows a real unlock around multiple dimensions, right? It gives you cleaner energy, it gives lower costs, and it gives energy security. And so we're working with organizations, companies like the ones on the stage, and organizations like this to advocate for policies that unlock that, because renewable electricity, it's not a luxury anymore, right? It's a necessity. And so that's really what we're trying to do on a global basis, is to unlock those opportunities for the good of the countries, yes, our business as well, the country, the planet, and the people that live in those countries.
Well, thank you. And you laid the groundwork very well for why we need the Clean Energy Demand Initiative, so that we can unlock those markets so that voluntary off-takers can really accelerate the clean energy transition. And I think the topic you mentioned about aggregating smaller buyers of power in your supply chain to help them do the kinds of deals that the big buyers like you all can do is really exciting. So Ezgi, tell us about AB InBev. AB InBev is probably not a brand that is as well known to the audience, but probably Budweiser, one of your most famous brands, is. Tell us more about how you're approaching clean energy procurement, and in particular, AB InBev is one of the signatories with the Nigerian government on the LOI. Tell us about your approach to developing countries and taking your learnings from the West to some other parts of your supply chain.
Yeah. Thank you, Miranda, and thank you to SIBA for inviting us to this panel and to be here with you all. So AB InBev is the world's leading brewer with operations in nearly 50 countries around the world, and our energy journey really dates back decades in how we think about energy efficiency and resource management, and that still to this day is a big part of our decarbonization efforts. Specifically related to renewables, In 2017, we've made an announcement that by 2025, we aim to get to 100% renewable electricity around the world in those nearly 50 countries where we operate. What really excites me the most about that announcement was, from the beginning, we said we want to do this by bringing local additional capacity in every market we operate in. We want this to be about additionality. We want this to be about grid transformation and really thinking through our role in helping enable that. And in less than 5 years, I'm happy to say over 80% of our electricity volume globally has been contracted with renewables, mainly solar and wind, locally, from Chile to Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, US, Western Europe, and now we're making progress in APAC and Africa regions as well. Specifically, Nigeria is another country that you've referenced. So a lot of learnings in that, and the learnings really revolve around how, as we move from market to market and really become operational in renewables and start contracting and sourcing, we engage with industry groups, with local authorities. We now understand the should-be cost of renewables, the enabling environments, regulatory frameworks, and backbones that are going to create that competitive marketplace. So as we move from country to country, we are more informed and we can bring in those insights from market to market. And this is what really excites me about how we can partner together across countries in Africa, including in Nigeria, because we are creating that demand. We are taking the learnings and insights from one country to another. And I think what's next as we approach towards that 100% is exactly what Jim said. And how we think about taking those learnings and now sharing that with our value chain partners, as you think about our suppliers, big and small, but also downstream as we think about our retailer partners. We serve about 6 million customers around the world. 5.5 million of them are small mom and pop businesses. How can we help them improve their energy independence? How can we help them decarbonize? How can we help share some of those learnings so that we can bring renewables to them as well? And we are starting to do this in markets like Brazil and Mexico, for example. So a lot of learnings, lessons learned that we're looking to share. The journey's not done yet, and we're just excited to be here, to be partners with you all so that we can catalyze action.
Great, thank you. Jake, as someone who used to work at Walmart, I've watched Amazon take the world by storm. And Amazon has been the largest purchaser of renewable energy globally for the last couple of years on an annualized basis. Tell us a little bit more about what you've learned as a global company deploying clean energy in different markets, both from a retail perspective and from your Amazon Web Services perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me? Yeah. Miranda, thank you. And thank you to SEBA for putting this on and for working so closely with the U.S. government on creating SETI. Fantastic. We've been thrilled to be part of this and really pleased to be here with the rest of the panel to talk about this. Obviously a topic that's near and dear to my heart and one I care a lot about. And so when I think about what is the thing I'm most proud of the last year, it's a hard list of things to pick from. I'm particularly proud that we've been the world's largest corporate renewable energy purchaser for the last couple of years. That's something we're proud of and we're excited about having reached that level of purchasing. And you mentioned before that we no longer talk about megawatts, we talk about gigawatts. We are now, we've announced around 18.5 gigawatts of renewable energy globally. We're quite proud of that number. That's exciting. We're also really proud that we've reached a new milestone of being powered by 85% renewable energy. That's an increase from where we were last year, and we're excited that where we're at, and we're on our path to be 100% renewable by 2025. But you've asked to pick one thing, and if I have to pick one thing, it has to be the new markets we've been working in. In the last year, we've announced new projects in India, in Poland, in Brazil, our first rooftop project in the UAE. A year ago at COP, I joined some people here to talk about our first project in South Africa had just come online and was generating power. And so I'm going to call that within the last year because we announced it last year at COP. So those entrants into new markets, I think, particularly with the theme we're here to talk about today, that's really exciting to me. That's work I'm really proud of. It's hard work to work in new markets, to learn how we can operate new markets, and we're really excited about where those projects are and to keep looking at where we can keep doing work in new markets, which is why we're so excited to be part of SETI and work with SEBA on that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Omar, General Motors, global corporation, the only manufacturer on the stage, or heavy manufacturer, I should say, on the stage, manufacturing plants in 8 countries, I believe.
Correct.
And in the United States, just announced that you'll be achieving the U.S. 100% renewable energy goal 5 years early. And also have announced an intent or a desire, an aspiration to be supplying only electric vehicles by 2035. How does all of this fit together? Electric vehicles, manufacturing, carbon-free energy. Tell us more about how General Motors thinks about that influx of all those things coming together.
Right, and thank you, Miranda. It's a great question. It's a daunting challenge. It's not easy to do, frankly. But I want to point back something Kate shared earlier. Right, you said we make commitments. We've made commitments at Glasgow, and now it's a time to articulate our actions. And I'll get to a really good anecdote in just a minute about how we combine our manufacturing decisions with our commitments. But you're right. We've achieved our U.S. renewable energy goals 5 years in advance, so 2025 rather than 2030. We also have a commitment to be net zero by 2040. And we are on a very strong path to get there. As a part of this process, we're also the 15th largest offtake buyer of renewable energy in the world. And I think about that as a means of helping to scale up renewable energy so that the economics improve for smaller buyers who now want to enter the marketplace. So to the point about working with supply chains or suppliers and helping them also move into renewable energy. Now, about the manufacturing piece of this, I think what I'm most proud of over the past year, in addition to our achieving certain commitments early, meeting mile markers, setting new goals, is that in our decisions around investments for new manufacturing related to the electrification of transportation requires a significant change in our supply chain, our sourcing strategies. And so we recently, in May of this year, announced a significant critical minerals processing facility in Canada in joint partnership with POSCO. Now, there were multiple locations for siting of this new facility. It's one of the few, or will be one of the few, processing facilities in the United States, or in North America, to be more precise. But in deciding to put this facility where it is, in Canada specifically, we sided on the fact that the plant would be 100% powered with hydro energy. We had multiple locations. The economics may not have worked in the short term, but we thought that long term, strategically, this was the right place to put that processing facility. And so it's decisions like that made in our conference rooms, at our boardroom, in partnership with significant other multinational corporations like POSCO, and partnership with government, federal and local. We're able to make these really big decisions to ensure that we are driving our 100% renewable energy goal. So thank you.
Wow, that's a really compelling story. And we tend to think of corporations as these monoliths, but when it comes down to brass tacks, I think what you just said is spot on. It's the individual human beings, like the folks on this stage and their teams, and many of you in the audience, making those decisions, sometimes even with shorter term financial impacts that work out in the long term. So this community of corporate energy customers has driven 130 gigawatts of clean energy globally, 58 gigawatts in the United States alone. By the way, in the US, we had a goal of 60 gigawatts by 2025. We're almost at 2023, we're at 58 gigawatts. So that's a pretty big deal. Since we have a couple more minutes, I think I will put one more question out to the panel. If you have one piece of advice, either for policymakers on what policies they could pursue to unlock markets so that large energy customers whether they be corporations or government agencies or cities or universities, so that large energy customers can bring the power of their procurement to deploying clean energy, what policy recommendation would you have? A second alternative question, if you prefer, if you had one piece of advice to other companies or universities or government agencies that buy power on their journey of procuring clean energy, what would that piece of advice be? You can choose either question. Go ahead, Jim.
Happy to start. I already answered question one in my opening remarks, which is the single best piece of advice, or what I'd like to see from policy, is the enablement of PPAs globally, because that unlocks more energy, cleaner energy, lower costs, more secure energy. So I'd love to see that framework everywhere. Now, the advice I would give to a company that's not yet on that journey is it's never going to be cheaper, it's never going to be easier, and now is the time to move. So again, as we talk with our suppliers, our co-manufacturers, our bottlers, what we're really trying to do is make sure they're educated so they actually understand, and then make sure they're enabled. We want to make it as easy as humanly possible for them to do the right thing, because that helps them and that helps us. But my key piece of advice would be get moving, because it's only going to get harder, more expensive. You know, these things are not commodities. They are scarce resources. There's a limited supply of almost anything that has to do with sustainability. Moving faster makes it easier and cheaper and better.
So if you're a policymaker, enable PPAs, power purchase agreements. If you're an energy buyer, get started. Who's next? Esgi.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that, because let me simplify it even more. If we covered every inch of our rooftops of our breweries, for example, it would get us 5-10% of our needs. So we have to be able to invest or create the demand to create financeable, bankable projects that are going to be the big wind farms, solar farms, etc. So we need that enabling environment for the PPAs, absolutely. I think maybe let me answer your second question. We have to really be thinking about the next generation of procurement teams, how we embrace innovation, but also how we embrace collaboration with our supply chain partners, and be really more strategic about the vision we're setting, the co-pilots that we're designing together, and how we think about this from an innovation angle as well, right? So for us at ABI, we've built huge capabilities within the business and different types of profile in our procurement teams as well, as we're sourcing more and more renewables, because we're now creating those capabilities in-house, first at global level and now within the local teams. And there's so much power in those local teams and how they engage with industry groups as well. So really thinking through next generation procurement teams, both from an innovation and collaboration angle.
So both great questions. I'm going to kind of maybe take both of them. One piece of advice that I would give both to policymakers and companies is I think the movement towards 100% renewable energy is critical, and I can't believe the stat that you gave of over 100 gigawatts represented. Wow. I mean, that is amazing. And what we know is that's absolutely necessary to getting to grid decarbonization. But what we've also seen, and there was a great study that the IEA actually just put out yesterday that we helped to fund, is that we need to keep going, that actually 100% renewable energy is a milestone on the journey to deep grid decarbonization, and what we really need to be aiming for as the destination is 24/7 carbon-free energy. And the reason that's so critical is a little bit of what we've been talking about here today, is that it's not only about electricity supply, but if we can get to deep decarbonization of 24/7, it's also transportation electrification, all the great work you guys are doing at GM. We need that for your EVs. We need that for manufacturing and industrial sectors as well, for agriculture. So I would encourage us to think about that as the next phase of the journey. And what this research shows is that actually the difference between 100% and 24/7 is that 24/7 gets you to that much deeper grid decarbonization. Even if you're at 80%, that's where you're getting to the deepest decarbonization as you're on that journey. So I would encourage us to think about that. And I'm also really pleased to see we have a lot of companies that are going there, Microsoft, Iron Mountain, and also governments. You know, the U.S. federal government has taken a 24/7 target for its buildings. So has Iceland and Scotland. So I think this is a step on the journey. And then what we need to think about in getting to 24/7, I think, is three things as corporate buyers. It's that those innovative procurement models, like I was talking about, the work, for example, that we've done with AES, we have to continue to get creative, and we can pair solar with storage. We can pair different sources of renewable energy together. And also those next generation technologies. You know, we talked a little bit earlier about geothermal, but also long duration storage, hydrogen. How do we keep expanding the technology portfolio in ways that keep driving towards that decarbonization? And then lastly, I think what you brought up in your first question is policy change. We really need to partner with policymakers to create the enabling conditions to do this, regional grids and more. So excited to continue on this journey together, and also just congratulations to all the panelists on the incredible work you've done in your companies. It's been really wonderful to hear about it.
I think this trend in the corporations from 100% renewable energy as the goal to renewable energy as the means to the decarbonization end is a very exciting one. And we are seeing more and more companies looking at material decarbonization impact through their clean energy procurement. So I think that's a really exciting component. Top recommendations to policymakers and other buyers.
Yeah, I'm happy to go next. So I think to policymakers, it's not necessarily there's a specific thing because every policy environment is different. But what I would say is look at the people on this stage. All of us are eager to make investments in renewable energy on grids around the world. And so work with us and help open up pathways so we can help enable new renewable energy on the grids where we operate and on the grids around the world where there are governments in place and have policies that enable that. And then to other buyers, there's a number of important things that I think we've learned along the way that are really helpful for other buyers. First and foremost, what Kate said, setting a goal is really important. We have a goal to be 100% renewable. We're on a path to be there by 2025, which is 5 years ahead of our original goal by 2030. Having a goal ensures that all oars are pulling in the same direction. It takes lots of individuals in a company, lots of different teams working together to achieve that goal. And so having that common vision and that common goal is really helpful towards driving corporate action on renewable energy procurement. The second thing I'd say is focus on having experts that understand local markets. Every market is different, every grid is different, every policy environment is different, and so it takes time to learn those policy environments, and it takes time to learn how to procure in those places. And I talked earlier about our projects in Poland and India and Brazil. We have teams of people really understanding and deep diving in those markets so we can be able to do those projects and work towards our own renewable energy goals. And the third one, and I think probably the one that is, it's hard to say is most important, but maybe most relevant to this conversation is join coalitions. Doing this together is so much easier than doing it on your own. We are proud to be a member of SIBA. We're proud to be a member of Resource. We work with JCLP in Japan. We work with READY in India. We're really reliant on these partnerships to be able to go work with governments and to be able to collaborate and drive collective demand for clean energy that really matters to governments and helps send that signal that SETI is so about. And so that collective power of working together, if you do nothing else as a new buyer, join an organization like SIBA, and it's really going to help you learn and come up the curve and find that community that helps you be able to accelerate your own path on meeting a renewable energy goal.
Great. And Omar, what would be your one piece of advice to policymakers or other energy customers?
Sure, Miranda. And it's a bit unfair because I'm going last, and you're very, very powerful thoughts shared here. Maybe I'll take maybe a slightly different approach or dimension and press down on something Kate shared and you touched on as well, which is let's go upstream. Policymakers should understand power generation and distribution, grid resiliency, and here's why. At General Motors, our electrification of transportation, laudable, great goal, a difficult goal to achieve, we're on that path. With that comes electric vehicle charging. And we want that charging to also be powered by renewable energy, because if not, what's the point? But in order to do that, that takes significant sort of understanding of energy distribution and partnership with our grid systems, with the utilities, with the regulators of those utilities. And every jurisdiction has a different approach. And so we really have to dig in, private sector and public sector, regulators importantly, how do we be creative about changing the design of our systems for distribution to ensure that we're pushing down that renewable energy down to, yes, the electric vehicle charging station. And so that's a really important concept. So now what advice for policymakers, buyers, is really understand what the process is and what your policy levers are. And I'll leave with one thought. You know, the Clean Energy title and the Inflation Reduction Act is a really important policy tool for renewable energy, for decarbonization of the power grid, let alone set aside the electric vehicle piece. There's a lot in there. Now, maybe that type of title, that policy approach, does not work for every country. But what is, I think, the important point here, the lesson to be told, is that with creativity and leadership, you can dig in to try and use policy levers to drive the change you need to reach that decarbonization goal that has been laid out.
Well, thank you, Google, PepsiCo, AB InBev, Amazon, General Motors, for representing the broad constituency of large energy customers around the world. And I want to thank the U.S. State Department for launching the Clean Energy Demand Initiative for the vision of how policymakers and corporations and other energy customers can come together to accelerate this transition. And of course to Google.org for being the seed funder of the Secretariat for the Clean Energy Demand Initiative. And with that, we'll hand it back to Daz Spitzberg.
I got the thumbs up. Fantastic. Thank you so much. I think one of the most important things from that panel was the message of we need to keep going, we need to move faster, we need to make it easier, we need to make it cheaper. The other thing, and this is very critical, is local context and local economic growth. The fact that companies are so focused on it, and because it will make the difference in building clean energy and connecting it to the industrial and commercial growth that needs to happen on the ground, is absolutely critical. So thank you for mentioning that, because I think it's important to know that corporations are sitting in those seats thinking about that local context as much as the government policymakers, and they want to contribute to it. I want to make sure that you all have a glimpse of what it means to have a steady collaboration. So now that we've had that dance of chairs here, I would like us for you to just turn your eyes to the screen for a video on a pilot project with the Philippines that we're doing with the Philippines Department of Energy, USAID, and REI.
The Clean Energy Demand Initiative, SETI, brings countries and companies across all sectors together to unlock corporate investment in clean power capacity and fuel broader economic growth. Since its founding, dozens of companies that have set ambitious clean energy targets have joined SETI. Their clean energy demand equates to billions of dollars in potential renewable energy investment. And the SETI platform is ready to work with all stakeholders to leverage corporate commitments and evolving government policies to make this potential a reality. As part of this effort, the U.S. Department of State and the Clean Energy Buyers Alliance are excited to work with the Philippines Department of Energy and USAID's Energy Secure Philippines on a pilot program to help companies procure clean energy in the Philippines, accelerating private sector investment in a growing market and supporting climate action.
In 2021, DOE participated in the launch of the Clean Energy Demand Initiative, or SETI, at COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland, to signal the country's interest in cooperating with private sector companies to enable clean energy investment and procurement in the Philippines. And in March 2022, the Philippines signed the SETI Letter of Intent alongside 12 multinational companies, unlocking more than $2 billion in private sector investment in power infrastructure in the Philippines.
The Department of Energy of the Philippines has been working with the Clean Energy Demand Initiative by serving as a regional leader for public-private cooperation on clean energy. As part of our work with SEDI, the Department of Energy collaborates with the USAID, ESP, in implementing the SEDI pilot projects, particularly the suppliers of Recreational Equipment Incorporated, to procure clean energy sources to power the suppliers' operations in the Philippines. By working together, we can expand clean energy procurement of companies in the Philippines and document valuable lessons to support the private entities in utilizing clean energy in the Philippines and accelerate the clean energy scenario of the Philippine Energy Plan.
The United States and the Philippines enjoy more than 75 years of diplomatic relations and over 60 years of partnership for development to help people around the world build stronger, more prosperous communities. Cooperation in the energy sector started in the late 60s to support rural electrification in the country. Through the years, this partnership only became stronger as new challenges and opportunities arose in the dynamic energy sector. To support the Philippines in its clean energy transition, USAID launched the Energy Secure Philippines activity, which aims to enhance energy security and reliability of an envisioned unified power system. This $34 million activity will contribute 500 megawatts of clean energy and mobilize $750 million in private investments, providing electricity to almost 1 million homes in the Philippines.
REI is one of the largest outdoor retailers in the U.S., with over 21 million members and a mission to inspire and enable life outside for everyone. We have a responsibility to preserve the health of the planet and our community. And we've set an ambitious science-aligned target to reduce our carbon emissions across scopes 1 through 3 by 55% by 2030. Our stores and distribution centers have been powered by 100% renewable electricity since 2013, and our operations have been carbon neutral since 2020. But we recognize that reducing emissions in our value chain, in close collaboration with our manufacturing partners, is the key to achieving our climate goals. Clean energy investment in the APAC region is at the top of our priorities and is one of the key tools businesses should adopt to fight the climate crisis. We pledge to work with SETI, the Philippines Department of Energy, the U.S. Department of State, and USAID's Energy Secure Philippines to support our suppliers as they explore clean energy opportunities that can reduce emissions and, in many cases, also reduce their electricity bills. This pilot project will help us achieve our goals while supporting our Philippine suppliers in their own journeys to procure affordable and reliable clean energy sources for their operations.
As you can see, this pilot program illustrates the power of public-private cooperation in advancing clean energy sources in the country. It likewise supports both the goals of the government of the Philippines and that of the United States, not only in increasing the share of renewable energy into generation mix, but to demonstrate the consumer's power of choice in their ability to select green energy sources to support their operations. We are also seeing this pilot project as a model that can be replicated in other CEDI countries. We believe that there are various economic benefits from this cooperation, and we look forward to providing more opportunities in reaching our country's immediate energy transition goals while advocating for the global climate justice.
Thank you all. We're incredibly excited about this pilot project and the many more to come. I want to create a circle with the way we started and invite our lead for energy security and energy transition, Ambassador Pyatt, back up to the stage.
Thanks, Anna, and again, congratulations to everybody involved with this. I was really struck in Miranda's panel by how broad the representation of American companies were. We had every sector there. We had tech, we had services, we had FMCG, we had heavy durables. And I'm incredibly proud of the leadership that American companies are providing in setting these goals and creating demand for renewable energy. I'm also very grateful for our government-to-government partnerships, especially with Nigeria and Australia represented here today. And it really goes to the point that to achieve success in this area, what we're really going to need is these partnerships. Private sector innovation, energy, and capital combined with the convening power of governments and the ability to drive policy and drive frameworks. And as I look forward to the work that we have ahead of us, first of all, SETI is going to get bigger and better, thanks in part to the support from Google and all the work that we anticipate this Secretariat doing, but also to continue to drive forward this process, to set ambitious goals, as Secretary Kerry likes to say, but also to share best practices and to share experiences, because this is a journey for all of us. The last point I would like to make, and I was really inspired by Omar's point as well, if you look at what's happening in the U.S. energy economy and the impact of the Inflation Reduction Act, we are in the very early days of this transition process. We are going to see a rapid acceleration in the U.S. driven by the IRA, but that's going to create opportunities globally. It's going to create opportunities and incentives for American companies, but also for international companies investing in the United States. So it's really going to be a game changer. I'm incredibly excited to be part of this process. I'm incredibly proud of the team at ENR that is working to put this SETI framework together, and congratulations to everybody on my team who was part of this, Katie, Luke, Anna, of course, and Helena, for all of you for grabbing onto this and building a framework. It's our job now to fill that framework and live up to expectations, and I'm very confident we're going to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for joining us. I hope you have an effective COP. Bye.
Our next event here at the U.S. Center will be at 12:30 on accelerating the clean energy transition in developing countries. In the meantime, please check out the exhibit spaces here at the U.S. Center. We have an art exhibit by Peace Boat and the Yeah Network, as well as the First Movers Coalition, as well as the Meta Experience where you can do some VR. So please check out the exhibit space also here at the U.S. Center.
Test mic. Hey, test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Hey. Test mic. Test mic. Hey, test mic. Test, test. Test mic. Hey, test mic.
Testing. A little lower. A little lower. A little lower. We're testing this microphone. I'm walking around and testing. Hey, yep. Hey, yep. 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 Hey, yep. We're across the whole stage. Hey, yep. It's great. It's working great.
Hey, test mic. Hey.
Testing, testing. Hey, yep, yep, yep. Hey, yep. Go up a little bit. Hey, yep. Testing, yep, yep, yep. Hey, yep. Walking across the stage, still getting audio as I look this way, Hey, yep, yep, yep. Hey, yep. Next one, 70 helps. So that might be our. You don't need to voice it out because I'll just introduce the podium. That's it. We're good.
Last I heard was no, we will at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we will this afternoon.
Hey, 1, 2.
And number 2 is going west.
Test mic. Test mic. Yes, test mic. mic, test mic. Mic, test mic.
is a little bit of your shoulder.
Oh, but I think I should go.
Yeah. So
That's good.
in a carry shot.
Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center. Our next event will be starting in 5 minutes. Again, that's in 5 minutes, our next event here at the U.S. Center. Hello and welcome to the U.S. Center. Our event, Accelerating the Clean Energy Transition in Developing Countries, will begin right now. I'd like to introduce our moderator for today's event, Elizabeth Yee, Executive Vice President of Programs of the Rockefeller Foundation.
I don't know. Can you hear me? Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Elizabeth Yee, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Programs at the Rockefeller Foundation. As you all know from being here for the past few days, the world is on track for 3 degrees of warming or more, which would lead to significantly more catastrophes than the many that we suffer from today. Private sector funding is needed to fill the gap and to create solutions fast. However, this will be hard and complex because we've done a lot of the easy work already. We need bold, visionary leadership, and as a result of that today, we need to move forward with a way to enable greater private capital flows to energy transition in emerging economies, benefiting the most vulnerable in the environment. Today, we have a very distinguished panel from across private corporations, governments, emerging economies, UN bodies, environmental NGOs, and philanthropy. And let me introduce them very briefly before I invite them to the stage to speak. First is my boss, Dr. Rajiv Shah, the president of the Rockefeller Foundation. Andrew Steer, the president and CEO of the Bezos Earth Fund. Damilola Ogunbiyi, the chief executive officer of Sustainable Energy for All. Lanre Shasore, the senior special assistant on planning and policy for the presidency of Nigeria. Michelle Patron, the Senior Director of Global Sustainable Policy at Microsoft, Jim Andrew, the Chief Sustainability Officer at PepsiCo, and Angela Churi Kalhauga, the Executive Vice President of Impact at the Environmental Defense Fund. On behalf of the Rockefeller Foundation and the Bezos Earth Fund, we're proud to support this work and the exciting development that lies ahead to address these complex, important problems. And so with that, I would like to introduce a man with bold visionary leadership as well, who needs no introduction, Secretary John Kerry, the United States Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. Secretary Kerry.
I always hear that introduction, he needs no introduction, but all of us in public life desperately want an introduction. Anyway, thank you. Liz, thank you very, very much. Really appreciate your being here. And this is a powerhouse group of people who've come to share thoughts about an idea. And I welcome all of you to the U.S. Center here at COP27. I'm really pleased that you can be here for the start of what I believe is an absolutely critical conversation. The starting point of this conversation and the bottom line urgency is the imperative urgency of keeping 1.5 degrees alive and within reach is beyond many words. That's the reason we're all here in Sharm el-Sheikh. It's to win the battle against the climate crisis, not to give in to business as usual. And the science could not be more clear. We can only achieve the goal we have set, enshrined in the Paris Agreement, reaffirmed in Glasgow, and now on the table here in COP27. We can only achieve that goal if we urgently and dramatically reduce our emissions. That's the only path. It's science. It's mathematics. And we have to now, we know because we're behind. We're headed to 2.5 or 2.7 despite all the talk. And the fact is that we have to accelerate the clean energy transition. And my friends, it takes money to do that. The UN Finance Report has said unequivocally, In order to effect this transition, to keep 1.5 alive, we are told by experts, we have to invest 2.5 trillion to 4.6 trillion a year, every year, from now until 2050. And we have to do that with a majority of that investment in emerging and developing economies. Now, I have traveled the world and been privileged to do so on behalf of President Biden and talked with leaders everywhere. And they tell me they want a transition to clean power. The single biggest thing standing in their way is the biggest barrier to our achieving our goals and saving the planet from disastrous consequences. The worst consequences of the crisis, as the IPCC has warned us, the single biggest barrier is the absence of money dedicated to emissions reduction. Wealthy countries are stepping up their support, but still not enough. Our administration is working as hard as we can to deliver on President Biden's pledge to quadruple climate support by 2024. And we are absolutely committed to doing our part. But even as we do that, I know that's not enough money. No government in the world has enough money to get this job done. So why do we keep pretending? Why do we keep saying, we got to get the job done, here's our goal, but we don't have the means put in place in order to achieve it? That is why I am so pleased today to be joined with my good friends, Raj Shah of the Rockefeller Foundation and Andrew Steer of the Bezos Fund, to announce a new partnership to catalyze private capital to accelerate the energy transition in developing countries. And we're calling this effort the Energy Transition Accelerator. What we're doing today is laying out a concept, one that I believe holds enormous promise, but one that we're putting forward today to initiate a more intensive conversation, a process by which we will fully vet and develop this plan. We plan to work very closely with governments, experts, NGOs, with all of the relevant stakeholders. There's no secret here. We want to take this idea and make it real. And we want to make sure that this new initiative delivers finance at scale. We want to make sure it delivers a just energy transition. And we want to make sure it delivers with environmental integrity. Our aim is to have the Energy Transition Accelerator up and running by no later than COP28. Here's the concept. Our intention is to put the carbon market to work to deploy capital, otherwise undeployable, to speed the transition from dirty to clean power, specifically for two purposes: to retire unabated coal-fired power and to accelerate the build-out of renewables. We want to bring to the power sector, for the first time ever, the type of broad jurisdictional approach that is proving so effective in the forestry sector. And this is an approach that can deliver deep and rapid emission reductions. It can convert those reductions into high quality carbon credits. And we also plan to establish strong safeguards on the use of these high quality credits. To buy them, companies, not including fossil fuel companies, must have a net zero goal and a science-based interim target. And they must use these credits to supplement, not substitute, for deep reductions of their own emissions. What's more, and this is important, we plan to make sure that a portion of the finance generated goes towards supporting adaptation and resilience in vulnerable countries where it's very difficult, because of just market forces to attract capital to those two sectors. We believe this can be catalytic by ensuring a predictable finance stream for energy transition. This approach will increase the bankability of clean energy projects, and it will unlock more concessionary upfront capital. One idea that we would like to explore is to provide companies the option to use some of these credits to address a very limited portion of their near-term targets. But this would be limited in time, somewhere between 2030, 4 or 5 maybe. It would be limited in quantity, and companies would acquire additional credits above and beyond their targets. So they're putting more into the effort to reduce on a broad-based basis. My friends, this is just one tool, but I'm telling you, it is a critical one. It will supplement, not replace, other sources of climate finance. For anybody worried about, is this going to divert? No, it is supplementing. And I emphasize, it's not in lieu of any other financial commitments. It's in addition to. And I believe it will drive deeper, faster emissions reductions than individual companies are able to achieve on their own. Now, we know there are a range of views on this. Unfortunately, some past abuses have in many minds discredited the use of a carbon credit. But we also know that with the right safeguards, with the right transparency, with the right accountability, with the right crediting, this can be done well. And frankly, we believe very deeply that we shouldn't let the mistakes of the past keep us from employing a powerful tool for steering private capital where it is most needed. We are hearing strong interest from many companies. 2 of them here, Microsoft and Pepsi, are joining us today. Others have said they want to provide input as we shape the idea, and we welcome that. That's why we're making the announcement today. We're hearing strong interest from developing countries. Nigeria and Chile are among those that want to work with us, and there are others, many. And we'd like to explore ways that the African Carbon Markets Initiative announced yesterday could conceivably complement this effort. We're also hearing strong support from many in the environmental community. You'll hear from some. And we know that this is going to be challenging. I understand that. There are obviously still details to be worked out. But here's the hard reality. I've been involved in this since 1988. I don't know what that year's add up to. 1988, when Jim Hansen testified. Rio to here. And we're talking about the same stuff. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of just being stuck on the same stuff. We have to break out of the mold. We have to do what we have to do to get this done. And if we don't come up with creative ways to mobilize the money we need to accelerate the transition in the energy sector, we are going to blow through 1.5. And I'm willing to accept that we're stuck in a place where we can't think differently and try something different to get this job done. That is the choice here, my friends. I believe the idea that we and the Rockefeller Foundation and the Bezos Earth Fund are introducing today, I think it holds enormous promise. And we are fully committed, I emphasize this, we are fully committed to working with all of the stakeholders in order to deliver on the promise and make sure that none of those mistakes of the past are repeated. No double counting, no greenwashing, none of the absence of guardrails necessary. But 2 things deserve to move so much faster, and that is stopping this expansion of coal and use of coal, which is killing the oceans and killing people. 15 million people a year die from the quality of air. 10 million a year from that extreme heat. When do we say enough? Let's get this done. And I hope today is the beginning of doing that, to deliver on real and lasting benefits for developing countries and for the climate. and we look forward to continuing this vital conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Kerry, for that very powerful and clear statement of both intent and process, and thank you for your leadership. You do, of course, need no introduction, so you're not going to get one. But I'll just say that as an American, our country is so lucky to have you as its champion for changing the climate reality. So thank you. Hello, everyone. It's good to be with so many friends and partners, and I just want to note that a few months ago, Secretary Kerry called me with this idea along with so many of you that are here. I'm sure many of you received similar calls. That led to a process with many more conversations with many more people. In fact, we hosted at least 2 day-long consultations with dozens of partners from around the world, especially those representing the core interests of the emerging economies that need to accelerate their transition from coal. And it brings us here today. We are acting with urgency. We are acting with urgency because we have no time to lose. You've heard about the consequences of being on a path to 2.7 degrees warming. We know at that temperature, life for too many people will not only be hotter, but harsher, poorer, and significantly more fragile and vulnerable. At less than half of that level of warming, at 1.5 degrees, we can avoid many of the most extraordinary consequences for hunger, for poverty, for migration, for displacement, for disease, and for death if we can achieve 1.5, and that is why we are here to keep 1.5 alive. The Secretary is right. This outcome, 1.5 or 2.7, is a choice. It's a choice we make here. Governments, the private sector, philanthropies like the Rockefeller Foundation, and so many others. If we choose to go it alone, and if we avoid the risks that come with innovation, we will end up at 2.7. If, on the other hand, we embrace the reality that we can solve this problem together, stand behind new innovations, and work to tackle the most problematic components of global emissions, of which emerging markets coal emissions are at the very top of the list, we can in fact succeed. This ETA, as Secretary Kerry noted, could for the first time unlock the potential of voluntary carbon markets to be one of many solutions and one of many sources of capital to overcome the financing gap the Secretary spoke of. One Rockefeller-funded report estimated that this kind of framework could mobilize more than $100 billion through 2030. We do not have the framework or all the answers on how to achieve anywhere near that level of resource mobilization today. But our teams, working in partnership with others, are going to spend the time horizon in the forward to develop those answers. As we do, a few things are clear to all of us. One, the ETA does not absolve any nation or company or organization from its obligation or commitments. To meet this moment, we need everyone to meet their current commitments. But we also need them to complement those current commitments with innovative endeavors like the ETA, the African Carbon Markets Initiative, and many others. Two, this is not the end of a process of consultation, but a start of that process. As I said, there are some open questions, and some of them are difficult. And those of you that have raised those questions, I would just say join the conversation. We have the incentive to work through the details, even the sticky ones, together. Three, as we develop this idea and consider others, we need to remember that ambition is not a bad thing. Last year, the Rockefeller Foundation, with 19 other partners, including the Bezos Earth Fund, announced an alliance to connect billions of people in emerging and developing economies to renewable electrification and power. Yesterday, we were able to announce the early results in 12 of those countries, the hundreds of millions of dollars already spent, and the billions more that
unlocks towards that purpose. When we look back at COP27 decades from now, I believe we will see that the ETA and other ambitious initiatives proved essential to averting 3 degrees of warming. The Rockefeller Foundation for nearly 110 years has been committed to doing whatever it takes, trying new ideas, taking new risks, making big bets to meet this and other challenges. I hope you will join us. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Steer, the President and CEO of the Bezos Earth Fund. Secretary Kerry, thank you for your emotion. Thank you for your urgency. Thank you for calling us to this place. Last week, the System Change Lab issued its report. The System Change Lab looks at the 50 transitions that need to take place over this decade. None of them are on track. And they ask the question, how fast do they have to go? When it comes to coal decommissioning, we need to not quintuple, but sextuple the pace at which we're going. If we are going to stay on track for coal decommissioning, we need to decommission 925 coal-powered electricity generating plants every single year. Are we doing it? Some of them can close down because they're old. They don't need any help. They should just close down. And especially in rich countries, they should be closed down right away. But in developing countries, actually, where people don't have so much electricity, closing it down, paying a huge price, including for the social cost of adjustment, is simply not fair. And last year, the United States, the UK, Germany, France, the European Union, and South Africa did a really interesting deal. Let's try it out. Let's have governments play the role that they should play, and then let's try and bring in private finance as well. Now, the beauty of voluntary carbon markets, if it is done right, and forget it if it's done wrong, if it's done right, it has the virtue of bringing in money that actually doesn't need to be repaid. And the beauty of that is that that money in and of itself changes the incentive structure for private investment, which will be much, much bigger, and can be used to de-risk the investment as well. So we believe, and I suspect you do too, that given the urgency of this incredibly historic pivot moment where we have serious emergency on our hands, and we have a serious political opportunity on our hands as countries around the world, whether it's South Africa or Nigeria or Indonesia or Vietnam or Philippines, we ought to seize it. And we believe voluntary carbon markets can play a useful role. Now, let me just say that, as both the Secretary said, Raj said, we need to be extremely careful on the safeguards. But let me talk to you as someone who's been president of the World Resources Institute for the last 9 years. I know a lot about setting standards. And one of the great traits of those of us in the environmental movement is we like to take a long time to make sure it's absolutely right. And what we're doing here, and we are going to have to involve everybody, we're giving ourselves a deadline. And we're saying, for heaven's sake, we need high standards, but we're not going to take 5 years to do it because it'll be too late. So that's what we're doing. And we're going to bring in the very best people from around the world to do it. And let me just say on our side, Kelly Kazaya, who's over there, who leads, she's our Director of Carbon Markets and Corporate Engagement. She's also the co-chair of the advisory group for VCMI, and she also is chair, which is the demand side safeguards, and she's also chair of the technical standards group for the Integrity Council for the voluntary carbon markets. And so she knows a lot about how to get this right, and she's going to lead our work in that area. So let me commit to you that we are not going to do this foolishly. We are going to do it, though, with a sense of urgency that the problem requires. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Damilola Ogumbi. I'm the UN Special Representative of Sustainable Energy for All. And why that's important is because I'm going to bring another perspective. There are a few trends I'd like to highlight that is currently happening that's quite disturbing. For the first time in the last 7 years, 20 million people have lost their electricity connection. Most of these people actually reside in Africa. So why this type of initiative is so important is that we have to merge three components, which is climate, development, and energy together. There's no scenario where we can have our climate change targets and have people in energy poverty. We currently have 1 billion people in energy poverty, and about 733 million of them have no electricity at all. Just picture this, if all of them were powered with dirty fuel, what will happen now? And that is why it's important that while we talk about switching from coal and dirtier fuels, which is so important, we make sure that the people that don't have electricity are powered with renewable energy. And this is what this program would help do. Help countries actually support their pathways in doing this. Yesterday, we launched the African Carbon Market Initiative, where we had presidents of countries saying, we want to do the energy transition, but first and foremost, for developing country, you first have to have some energy. And I don't mean this in a light way, I mean this in a very serious way. You need energy to develop first. And this is the first time that we can make sure it's clean. We're not going to fund this with the regular routes of how we fund things. One of the key things we're going to fund is voluntary carbon markets. And I'm really excited as an African that this could be one of the largest exports Africa actually brings to the rest of the world. And this is why I'm so encouraged with Secretary Kerry speaking to my president, the president of Nigeria, and taking time out to understand what the developing world really, really needs to make sure this works. But we need everybody on the table. Like was said, and Roger said it many times in terms of innovation to climate finance, we have no time. On my continent, 1 million women die every single year because they're using fuel wood. Switching them to a cleaner source of energy is their energy transition. So we need to understand that this is a crisis now. People are dying now. The planet needs this, and we really need to come together and say, instead of what we like to do, having all these things interrogate stuff, how do we actually work together? So by COP28, we're talking about exactly how the impact we have had on ground in many of these communities. So that is what I'd like to say, and I really, really encourage everybody to really be part of this. We're going to be part of it through the African Carbon Market Initiative, through Rockefeller Foundation and Bezos as well, and really bring the leadership. The leadership from Africa is there. They want to do this. Everybody else has to come to the table. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lanre Shashara, and I work in policy planning in the federal government of Nigeria. And on behalf of the government of Nigeria, who's happy to show the leadership or demonstrate the leadership that Damilola just spoke about, I'm happy to represent my country here this afternoon and to publicly express our interest in the Energy Transition Accelerator. I know that Secretary Kerry has been speaking to our government at the very highest levels. And right now, as a beneficiary country in Africa, the largest economy, 90 million Nigerians in our country have no access to grid electricity, and tens of millions have unreliable access. Much of the electricity that the grid provides comes from hydro and also dirtier fuels as well, dirtier fuels than gas. And these people represent the unrealized potential of Nigeria and Africa more broadly. And they represent students, workers, and business owners without opportunity. And they represent dreams deferred. Our government has a plan to connect those people to the electricity that will allow them to connect with each other and the modern global economy. And what we need, and what other countries across the continent of Africa need, are the resources to execute those plans. And unfortunately, access to private capital has, for too long, been inaccessible to us. Last year, only 5.2% of global foreign direct investment reached Africa. And that is why Nigeria is interested in the Energy Transition Accelerator, the African Carbon Markets Initiative that we've been participating in, and other innovations with carbon credits. These mechanisms can help all of us unlock the private capital needed to pursue our plans, and other countries to support other countries to pursue their own plans. And we know that this is the start of the process, and we have questions, as I'm sure many other countries and initiatives do as well. And we look forward to continuing to work together with the United States, with the Rockefeller Foundation, the Bezos Earth Fund, and to answer those questions and develop a plan to move forward. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Patron, and I'm Senior Director for Global Sustainability Policy at Microsoft. And at Microsoft, we think of energy in 3 different dimensions. The energy access issue that Damilola talked about. We have at least 770 million people around the world who still don't have access to electricity. And we cannot reach our climate goals as a company or as the world if they don't have access. The second dimension is decarbonization. Right? We need zero carbon electricity and the infrastructure to support it in order to make sure that we're not just decarbonizing the electricity sector, but it is the building block for many other sectors to decarbonize. And the third dimension is our business. Energy, access to clean energy is indispensable to Microsoft's business. We need significant amounts of clean energy to run the data centers that make modern computing work and to deliver critical services to our customers in countries around the world, whether it's government customers, enterprise customers, and non-governments. And so that's why, as part of our carbon negative commitment, we have a target to power our operations to buy 100% renewable energy for our operations globally. And we've seen a real journey, and as we've been going to execute these targets. First, we just focused on purchasing the green electricity. And then we've evolved to really understand and try to support the local grids where we operate and make sure that the assets of the data center or other things are providing services, if it's using our backup power or being able to heat local communities. And now we're evolving again to make sure that our energy strategy and our energy procurement includes just transition. If it's impacted communities in the global north and helping to really accelerate the energy transition in the global south. And when you take a step back, and you look at, that couldn't be more necessary now. The International Energy Agency just released its annual report, and one of the data points that I felt was most striking was that we've seen clean energy investments go up significantly since Paris, right? For the last 7 years, $1.3 trillion of clean energy investments is going in. But when you strip out the investments that are going to developed economies and you strip out the investments that are going to China, we've seen clean energy investments in the developing world be flat since Paris. So we need investments to go up, we need the cost to come down. And the enablers that we see at Microsoft to do that are markets, our policy, and our skills. And that's why this type of initiative is important, that's where it fits in. That's why Microsoft has expressed interest in the concept and making sure that we're able to provide input to the development to make sure that the instruments that are being used are verifiable, are high quality, and that we can achieve this energy transition as fast as possible in the developing world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Jim Andrew with PepsiCo. And thank you for convening this critical initiative. You know, we think of the ETA as an amazing opportunity, but one that has only started to scratch the surface of what's possible when we work together and when we move quickly. And that quickly part is, as we've heard multiple times, is so important because we all know climate change is a now problem, especially in the developing world where the impact is most acutely felt. At PepsiCo, we're eager to help lead the world towards a carbon-free future, which means we have to change what we do and how we do it. And so we've set, as you heard, we've set a net zero goal as part of our overall company transformation called PepsiCo Positive. You know, it's our future. It's putting sustainability squarely at the center. And it's saying we're going to be net zero by 2040. It's saying we're going to reduce our Scope 1 and Scope 2 by 75% by 2030. I'm sorry, net zero by 2040, 75% Scope 1 and 2 by 2030. Scope 3 by 40% by 2030. Now, we've made substantial progress and moved very aggressively on our own footprint. However, we need to influence the larger system and our entire value chain if we're going to hit those goals, and that's why we're here today. In developing countries, this means supporting the transition, as Secretary Kerry said, away from coal and coal-based grids. Otherwise, it's going to impair our progress and that of our suppliers, our bottlers, and our co-manufacturers. Now, we're not naive. We know that the transition is costly and it's complex. And to do it, we need to mobilize more finance. As Secretary Kerry said, we need more money. That's especially important if we're going to take these steps which are going to increase the resilience in the developing, most vulnerable communities in Asia, in Latin America, and in Africa. So we're excited and pleased to have played a part in helping to move the ETA to where it is today, because really two reasons. The first is it's a great example of developing alternative solutions. It's innovation in its pure form. And it's also going to unlock financing. And it's the power of those two things that together that actually allow us to not have this same conversation, not 20 years from now, but the year after and even next year. We want to move forward. PPAs like this can help scale technology, they can help scale infrastructure, they can help scale solutions. To do that, we need more government innovation, more incentives, more supporting policy to create that conducive environment. Now, so it's early days. We're very energized by the potential. It's a first step, but it's an important first step. And I look forward to continuing the journey together with the Secretary and with all of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I'm Angela Kalhauge from the Environmental Defense Fund, and you will have heard us quite often in many fora saying we are at a time in history where we need solutions that deal with more than one problem at a time. So we really appreciate this proposal to develop this process, for the process to develop this initiative. And I want to highlight four things that we find very compelling. The first relates to scale. We've spoken for so long about the need to scale up. Here's a big opportunity to explore and innovate how we can take what we know of how carbon markets work and when they work best, and develop ways to do this at a much larger scale so we can drive the transformations that are needed. The second is integrity. This has to be front and center of the process as we're developing this initiative. We want it to drive emission reductions that are real, investments that are meaningful, and change that is sustainable. We really appreciate the fact that, unlike many initiatives that we've seen in the past that are brought when they're fully designed and then struggle to get ownership and engagement and overway, bringing developing countries to the table, businesses, nonprofits, researchers, so that we together can be a meeting of minds to make sure that we develop something that we all collectively own and we all collectively can be held accountable to. One other aspect that I think is really important is right now we have so many different initiatives that are trying to give guidance to the market. This is a great opportunity for us to align ourselves in a race to the top to get the best standards possible. And EDF will be there to make sure that that happens. Lastly, and this of course is something that's very close to my heart, as a person from a developing country, in a developed country, having lived the development reality, is that little extra icing on the cake, which is the share of proceeds, the proposal to include a share of the revenues to go towards adaptation. It is so important. It not only will increase the full climate relevance of the market, but it will also make sure that communities that may not directly benefit from the direct investments will also have a chance to be part of the solution. So thank you very much for involving us, and we stand committed to support this process. Thank you.
So I've agreed we don't have time, or this is not the location to be able to do a full-fledged Q&A, et cetera. But I agreed that I'd take a couple of questions from press. But before I do that, Whitney is going to recognize whoever is, she'll know that they're really in the press. But can I first take a moment, folks? First of all, I've been working at this for a while and been to these meetings, and I was just bowled over by the common sense and the scope and the sort of judgment that was expressed by every speaker who really understands this. They've been doing this for a long time, but I think they sort of acknowledge the process as being very important, and we understand that. But we're not going to dawdle. This has to move as rapidly as the crisis demands. Can I signal, they don't get enough credit for it, but there are a group of people who have worked like crazy on this for a while, and my team, and I just want to thank them quickly, Elliot Duringer and Sue Biniaz, Molly Peters Stanley, Julia Christensen, Ambassador David Thorne, and Kitty DiMartino, who's over here somewhere hiding. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So, and thank you all for taking a first interest in this. Go ahead.
Let's start here with Seth. Sorry, we'll start here with Seth Borenstein from AP, please.
Yes, thank you. You want to? Oh, okay.
How specifically will you?
What do you got? Okay.
How specifically will you?
This is what I was talking about. We're going to get, we'll work it through, folks. Believe me.
Okay. How specifically?
We actually, as you heard me say, no fossil fuel company can take part in this process. So there you go.
How specifically will you avoid the greenwashing and double counting and all the wild west of carbon credits that the United Nations just yesterday said is a severe problem, and that there needs to be fewer carbon credits, not more?
Well, I agree. I mean, I understand exactly what the United Nations said. In fact, I met with Secretary General about half an hour ago, and the Secretary General made it clear with his team that if there are safeguards, if there is transparency, if you have thought through the process and applied it in a way that there isn't double counting, there's not greenwashing, it's fine. We need it. So you got to read the full report. You've got to understand where they're coming from, where anybody reasonable is coming from. The Secretary General made it very clear that if the details are worked through and you have the guardrails and you have the environmental integrity built in, go for it, because it's a critical tool available to us. And as you just heard from Andrew Steer, 9 years as the head of World Resources, the EDF, Environmental Defense Fund, others are all supportive because they understand there are ways to institutionalize the guardrails and the protections so you know what you're doing. That is why we have time limited this. Only open at the window for a few years. That is why we have directed it towards two things only. So you can't have a broad abuse of kind of schematic, loosely knit together concepts or projects. We're working jurisdictionally, not by project, which broadens the way it works. And as you apply, each of those sectors come to the table, we are able to do this in a way that provides a guardrail for what they're doing. Two items are the only permissible expenditure and purchase. What are they? The transition of coal, either buying out a plant or helping to phase it out, helping to get old 40-year-old plants to retire completely, working with a country to be able to bring them along the line. That's the one area, and the other is the deployment, the rapid deployment of renewables. Why the rapid deployment of renewables? Because the IEA tells us that if we just did renewables at scale, we can actually achieve the 45% reduction that the science tells us we must achieve to keep 1.5 degrees alive. So the logic of that says, let's get more renewables faster. You heard, I think it was Andrew, who said we have to be sextupling the rate at which we are deploying the solar panels, solar fields, 6 times faster than we are today. I know that China is probably leading the world in terms of the pace at which they're putting solar out. It's still not enough. And it's much faster than a whole bunch of other countries. So we can do it. We've got to make our minds up to really get it done.
We'll do a last question from Jennifer DeLuey with Bloomberg.
Hold on.
Thank you. Given that major third-party carbon authenticators have gotten out of the business of verifying renewable energy credits, how do you make sure that these credits don't repeat the mistakes of the past and that you have the expertise to make sure that these result in real emission reductions? And you've spent a lot of time standing up the First Movers Coalition. These are companies developing, putting real money into hugely impactful advanced energy and decarbonization technology. What do you say to them, and how do you ensure that the companies keep doing that impactful investment when they might have a cheaper alternative here to offset some of their emissions?
Well, number one, I'm not sure it's going to be cheaper at all. In fact, that's one of the things that has to be arrived at. Number two, it's not hard, really, if you set it up the right way, to be able to have transparency on the 2 very measurable items we've chosen to deal with. It's in many ways far more accurate than what happens with a forest or with some other nature-based component. This has a coal plant. Al Gore just did a big presentation laying out the TRACE program. We now have the ability to trace on a daily basis the supply chains of large corporations around the world, the entire footprint of a country. We now have satellite capacity to measure. So the whole process has changed. There's a new level of accountability and scrutiny, and people signing up to this will have to sign up to a set of standards which empower us to be able to know exactly whether we're achieving it. In terms of the deployment of renewables, folks, you got 3 basics: solar, wind, geothermal, each of them with physical plants, each of them with a measurable construction period, each of them with a footprint that can be seen to plain eye, and also measured by virtue of the reports that they make and the national grids or whatever grids they're plugging into. So all of this lends itself to a much more easily measurable and ascertainable compliance than some of the things of the past, which really were fly-by-night, kind of made up. There was no oversight, and certainly not the kind of enterprise that we have assembled at these chairs who know how to create the accountability that's necessary. That's why I say this is not your grandma or grandpa's credit. This is a 2022 and future credit to 2030, 30, whatever. And that's the other thing. This is only a window that's open for a period of time because we don't want to create a long term. Every company that takes part in this still has to achieve net zero by 2050. So it's not going to let anybody off the hook. It's simply going to allocate capital on a scheduled basis that makes the whole thing more manageable. So you will hear more over the course of the next days. Many of you may be invited to come and be at the table in the course of this. Nobody's trying to pull a fast one on anybody. But I'll tell you what, if we don't find more money and we don't get up to 6 scale on the deployment and we don't begin to bring capital to the less developed countries to be able to cope with the problems you heard, we ain't gonna get this done. And I refuse to be part of an effort that just wants to do the same old, where we know it's not getting where we need to go. Thank you all.
Thank you, Secretary Kerry, and thank you to everyone and all the panelists today for joining us.
That concludes this event here at the U.S. Center. Our next event starts at 1:30, Financing a Green Future, Leveraging Public and Private Sectors in Support of Climate Infrastructure and Decarbonization Efforts. Again, thank you all for coming to the U.S. Center. Our next event here starts at 1:30.
Hello, please take your seats as the next event is about to begin. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to Financing a Green Future, leveraging public and private sectors in support of climate infrastructure and decarbonization efforts. It's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Alice Albright, Chief Executive Officer of the Millennium Challenge Corporation.
You all ready? Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Nice to see everybody. We need a hello. We need a welcome. Anyway, thank you all for joining us today for, I'm sure, what will be a fantastic event. My name is Alice Albright, and I'm the Chief Executive of the United States government's Millennium Challenge Corporation, or otherwise known as MCC. Since 2004, MCC has partnered with 49 countries around the world, investing roughly $15 billion in programs to help boost economic growth and reduce poverty in low and lower middle income countries. Those investments are expected to benefit nearly 215 million people. MCC's mission is to reduce poverty through economic growth and is inextricably linked to climate change. And we are working with partner countries to develop bold and innovative climate-resistant solutions to combat poverty, build systems, and support policy reforms that will reduce the looming climate threat. With $1.5 billion invested in climate-related activities from 2015 through 2020, and another $1 billion to be invested by 2024, MCC is making significant contributions to supporting sustainable growth in partner countries. Examples of our work include promoting conservation activities in Mozambique, delivering low-carbon economic development models in Kosovo, and supporting countries in their just and equitable transition from fossil fuels by expanding renewable energy in both Indonesia and Liberia. So we help some of the world's most vulnerable communities meet the challenges of climate change. And today, I am so pleased to be announcing a new collaboration between USAID and MCC. Together, we aim to expand the use of green finance tools in low and lower middle income countries, opening new opportunities for the private sector to invest in climate solutions. Through the Joint Green Finance Pilot, let me say it again, Joint Green Finance Pilot, MCC and USAID will be collaborating to improve the capacity and the enabling conditions in our low and lower middle income country partners to accelerate the use of green finance mechanisms. And with our wonderful panel, you'll be hearing more about that in just a minute. MCC will work with partner countries in our relevant compacts, which are currently under development, specifically Indonesia, Mozambique, and in Zambia, to explore opportunities to leverage greater levels of financing for green infrastructure by providing technical assistance required to enable the use of green bonds and other forms of blended finance tools. USAID, our dear friends, will support the development of green bonds in up to 5 additional countries via public-private partnerships, and again, you'll be hearing more about that in just a minute. Speaking of collaboration, all of us know that given the financing gaps involved here, there is a dire need for governments, NGOs, and the private sector to work together to address climate change and scale our investments in sustainable development goals from billions to trillions. And we're delighted to have a wonderful partner from JP Morgan with us today and also from the Nature Conservancy. I'm happy to say that this distinguished panel will bring together wonderful representatives, each with deep expertise from all of the sectors that have to work together if we're going to successfully tackle this challenge head on. And as we rise to the challenge of meeting and fighting climate change and moving forward in our efforts to sustain and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, dialogues like these that take into account the unique and diverse perspectives from working on all of these issues together are absolutely essential. So we have a wonderful panel gathered here today who will dig into this, and I cannot think of a better moderator to handle the discussion than my dear friend Alexia Lartortu, who is currently serving as the Assistant Secretary for International Trade and Development at the U.S. Department of the Treasury. Not only does she bring years and years of very relevant experience in the international development and finance world, both public and private, but as the former Deputy CEO of MCC, she is a dear friend personally and of our agency. So, Alexia, it's lovely to see you. Let me thank all of you for joining us. This subject could not be more important. How do we raise enough money to finance the needs of climate change? So I look forward to hearing from all of our wonderful panelists. I want to reach out to John Rickard, who is my wonderful colleague at MCC, and he will tell you all about what we're doing. So let me turn over to the panel, and you'll hear a lot more about what people have in store to meet the challenges of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Alice, and congratulations to you and MCC and audience. I'm going to ask you if you remember the name of the exciting initiative that Alice just mentioned. So please pay attention. All right, good. So yes, indeed, as a former MCCer, I am so happy to be here today for this conversation. Now, MCC, I know firsthand, is deeply committed to and embedded with its partner countries. And so that's why MCC is only too acutely aware of the difficult times that emerging markets, including countries on this continent in Africa, are facing, because they are in the front lines, you know this, of suffering the consequences of climate change. Too much water, too little water, severe heat, extreme weather events, they are in the front lines. And so we need to reach our climate ambitions a whole of economy transition. Every single sector matters, and one of the most critical sectors is infrastructure, right? We know why infrastructure is so important, so I'm not going to tell you why. But what we do know is that it's all the more challenging today to find investment for infrastructure. Indeed, after COVID hit, we saw flows of capital out of emerging markets at a rate that we had never seen since the Great Depression. And the return of that capital is slow. And we need to reverse that. And that is what we will be talking about with this panel, how to reverse this very troubling trend. The Coalition of Finance Ministers, I just came from a meeting there, said that we need far-sighted leadership to bring public and private flows of finance together to create the economy of the future. And so, panelists, I'm going to ask you questions. I'm happy to hear about all the great work you're doing, but that needs to be about 15% of your time. The rest of your time needs to be forward-looking. We need far-sighted leadership about what's next. You got it? Okay. So let me start right away. The first question goes to John Richard, who's the Deputy Vice President at MCC. Now, MCC really focuses a lot on the institutional constraints that its countries that it works in, called compacts, face. And that's really important, getting the right regulatory governance environment in place for capital to flow. And so I know you've been doing a lot of work on this, Jonathan, and I'm really interested to learn more about what you're doing to create an enabling environment for green finance and specifically for green bonds. What are you doing? We heard about 3 countries already, but most importantly, what's next?
All right, thank you, Alexia. And let me see if I can hit on each of those points. The first of which is saying the name of the pilot correctly, but this is the Joint Green Finance Pilot Program. I think I got it right. This is a collaborative effort between MCC and USAID with, I'll just cut right to the chase. The goal is to enable, accelerate, and scale up finance in low and low middle income countries. For us, this MCC, those are our partner countries, to support green infrastructure and climate finance, right? That's our goal here. We want to scale it up. Now, we want to do that by helping to build the right enabling environment, the right frameworks, and then also bring in some money to catalyze those investments and to de-risk. So some of you may be asking, why now? Like, why is this coming up? And maybe to put some of this into context, you know, the bond market has evolved tremendously in the last decade. Things that were, you know, once thought of as conceptual or even remotely possible 10 years ago, now are increasing. They're happening. Like they're happening out there. They're happening in Africa. Estimates put the total market value at about 1.6 trillion, and investor demand is it's out there. There's money out there, and the demand is growing. What's interesting when you look at it and you peel that back a little bit and look at the market, almost all of that money is going into high-income countries. So there have been some bond issuances in Africa, Egypt for their monorail program or project in Cairo, Cape Town for water supply, and then Nigeria as well. But when you look at the numbers, despite the huge need for investment in Africa for adaptation, for climate finance, only 0.5%, that's 0.5% of this money is going into Africa. So why is that? I think I'd put my finger on maybe 3 key components or 3 drivers. The first is the lack of an enabling environment or regulatory framework, right? In some cases it doesn't exist at all. In some cases it's very nascent. They don't have the right institutions that have the systems, the policies, the regulations in place to actually issue bonds. Second, I would say a lack of a project pipeline. Everybody talks about lack of bankable, viable projects. And then third, it's investor risk. Whether it's perceived risk or real risk, it's hard to attract that money in the markets we're talking about. So for us, as this program, we see this as an opportunity. We're able to come in with our, in MCC's case, grant dollars and attack each of those elements one by one. So when I talk about enabling conditions, right, so green taxonomy, green bonds framework, helping to set up monitoring systems, verification systems, help train up the institutions to actually issue bonds and manage that process. Second, we're able to actually help with the project development pipeline, develop projects, match them with investors, structure potential products, market that. And then third, as I think I touched on a moment ago, we have grant money to de-risk, right, through credit enhancements like guarantees. So maybe briefly, and I'm watching this clock here, Alexia, what does that look like in practice? We've cited 3 countries for MCC where we are rolling this out as a pilot. I will underscore that this is very much in line with our country ownership model. We are doing this with our countries. First, just to say a few words on Mozambique. We have a coastal climate project as part of a large compact that we're working on right now that's targeting mangrove restoration, seagrasses, right? We're restoring the mangroves to help protect the coastline, but also to help revitalize the fisheries, which is the sector that the communities are heavily reliant on. Now, in doing this, we want to enable blue bonds, carbon credits, facilitate those so that money is going to the communities to help support alternative livelihoods, jobs, other income coming from the carbon credits. And the last piece I'll mention on Mozambique, because I think this is really important, is we're partnering with a whole consortium of NGOs. These are organizations that have done this work. They've proven it works in Mozambique. They've proven it works elsewhere. We want to tap into that. We want to scale it up and expand on it. The second piece in Zambia, here, Zambia's actually already started working on the enabling environment for green bonds. We want to help accelerate that, build on it, work with them on that. And in Zambia, our compact is focused on the ag sector. So here we're looking at, how can we bring together private investors, state-owned enterprises to issue bonds. And maybe one footnote on that is we're not talking about sovereign-level bonds here. We're talking about subnational, right? And that's across the board. Last piece in my 12 seconds remaining is Indonesia. Indonesia is actually fairly well along. We've got a $650 million compact that's being finalized as we speak. This includes a bond component in it. We want to help them set up the green taxonomy, and it's the whole suite of things I mentioned, right? Working with municipalities in the case of Indonesia to help them have the capacity to set up the systems, to issue the bonds, and then here too we've got some credit enhancements and grant money to put forward. One last piece, if you'll forgive me, this is a pilot program. Where do we go from here? We're starting with these 3 countries. We want to build on that, roll it out in those countries, but we have new partners coming online. And then in addition, I see this as an opportunity to really work across the U.S. government. Right now we're starting with USAID, but we have a whole suite of other agencies in our U.S. government development toolkit that we can bring to bear on this issue and really treat this as a whole of agency plus whole of government approach to really scale this up. So thank you.
No, that's fantastic, John. I think it's really exciting that you're not looking at this as it's not just a project to you. It really is about a framework of all the components that are needed. And as you say, bringing in diverse partners, including the whole of government, perhaps, the several relevant agencies. And already the 3 pilots are quite diverse countries. So the learning should help us move to other countries in the future. Excellent. So I next would like to go to Fahine Aliboy, who is the head of the JP Morgan Development Finance Institution. And I know that you're very bullish about trying to bridge the $2.5 trillion gap to help us meet the SDGs, and that you're really trying to attract institutional investors to transactions that have development impact and that can help us build climate-aligned infrastructure. And so I'd like to hear about some of the transactions that are working and what types of partnerships make them work, but also what are the remaining problems? What are the gaps? What more is needed? Fahine.
Thank you so much, Alexa. It's a real pleasure to be here. So let me start by talking about what the banking sector and JP Morgan in particular is doing, right? You asked for what people are doing, so I'm going to get into that in advancing ESG and green. So I think what we have really interestingly seen is that the trend towards doing more in ESG has really been seen across all market participants. So, for example, we've seen meaningful changes in behaviors and increased interest in new ESG products. Everyone from investors who are launching ESG-aligned funds, corporates who are setting up ESG frameworks, for example, and then commercial and investment banks like ourselves that are announcing targets and public commitments, which I think are all important. What I think is very interesting from the perspective of an investment bank is that we are an intermediary. We have our clients on one hand, and as you noted, the institutional investors on the others, and we want to see how we can help bring them into transactions and help them do more, especially in emerging markets. So the first thing to note is obviously we are a very strong player in the green social sustainability bond space that you had also mentioned. I think we're the largest underwriter at 60 billion last year. And then we as a firm also have our own target of 2.5 trillion over the next 10 years to go towards sustainable development and climate action. So in this, and then what we also need are tools. So what I've also seen is invested in new teams at the firm, such as the Center for Climate Transition, setting up the DFI to get this work done. So I think, putting boots on the ground and putting people behind initiatives is very important, not just announcing things. So this leads me to your question about bringing in more institutional capital to climate and infrastructure projects. So the JPM DFI was launched to mobilize finance to support economic development in emerging markets. So when we are mandated as something called a development finance structuring agent, we help our clients enhance their disclosures to investors. So we say, what do you intend to do with the project? What are your baseline ex-ante impact metrics? What do you plan to report on? And then what we do on the back end is work directly with institutional investors. These are the likes of the PIMCOs, the Nuveen's, the LGIMs, and figure out what projects they would be interested in coming into and then matching them as an intermediary. So in this process, over the past 2 years, we've learned a few interesting things about what investors want to come into these projects. So first is they want more detailed impact disclosures. They want all the information they can, and they want it in the offering memo. They want this in something they can read, understand, and is available to all market participants. They want reporting and tracking of metrics, right? So they want that annual reporting more and more. And last but not least is a standardization of products. And this goes a little bit against the innovation that we have that a lot of the MDBs are trying to do and bring in blended finance. But what investors really want is a standard plain vanilla product. They want a loan, a bond, an equity transaction, things they understand and that they can plug and play into, right? Because that's what makes deep and liquid capital markets work. So what have the MDBs and DFIs been doing in this space to help us? I think one very interesting example is playing the role of an anchor investor. So in a couple of the bonds we've done, they've come in, especially in debut issuances, they've come in and been an anchor investor to help attract institutional capital. And we have an example right here on the continent, Axian Telecom, that went to the bond market in the second quarter of this year. It's a pan-regional telco and fiber provider, and there we had the likes of BII, IFC, and DEG come anchor that bond and attract in others. So that's one thing that can be done. The second is tapping into risk mitigation tools, of course, but things that are very concrete, such as MIGA's guarantee. Recently, we concluded a deal where JP Morgan lent money to a Peruvian affordable housing provider, and MIGA guaranteed that, and now we're doing green loans in that suite. So those are concrete examples. Lots been done in this space, and we're talking at the level of billions. But there's so much more, right? That those billions still represent a very small percentage in what we can do, and we look forward to partnering with so many people around the table and making that happen.
Thank you so much, Faheen. It's great to see the commitment of JP Morgan in this area. And as you said, it's not business as usual. You had to sort of create the structures to be able to do beyond business as usual. Oops, sorry about that. All right. So now I'm really happy to turn to you, Gillian Cadwell. You're the Chief Climate Officer and Deputy Assistant Administrator at USAID. Of course, USAID has a very long history, right, in helping mitigate the impacts of climate change and helping people and communities adapt to the changing environment. But you're also stepping up your game. And I know you have a new climate strategy, so eager to hear about that. You're obviously a partner of the new initiatives, whose name is the new initiative? Bravo. Excellent. Excellent. You're a partner to that initiative as well. And I know you're doing work right here in Egypt also in terms of helping Egypt with their green bond issuances. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Alexia, and all of you. It's really an honor to be here today. And I think, as you suggested, representative of the kind of cross-sectoral collaboration and intergovernmental collaboration we really need. We just at USAID launched a new climate strategy that takes us through 2030. That's the most ambitious strategy we've ever articulated on climate, and it includes a goal to catalyze $150 billion in public and private finance. Now, business as usual at USAID would be a little more than half that. So that's we're really trying to stretch ourselves here. And John, you referred to a number of the things that requires doing. One is the enabling environment, right? If we don't get the enabling environment right, the policy and regulatory frameworks in these countries, the capital isn't going to flow. Also, project pipeline. Where are the investable projects that meet the criteria you described, the level of impact and indicators and assessments required? And also, how do we get those projects at scale? I mean, that's what we hear from a lot of the big banks. They can't afford to engage with a series of smaller projects. They want to move at scale. So that's, I think, another real challenge. The other thing we need to be doing is really increasing the volume of concessional finance. So that could be, that could be grant funding. That could be something akin to a first loss guarantee. Whatever it is that it takes to de-risk that environment, and especially to set the stage for investments in sectors that just aren't getting the support they need, such as adaptation, which is currently less than 2% of all private sector investments. And there are investable opportunities in adaptation, albeit, with a longer tenor. We've just set up some exciting new initiatives to really open the door to private sector partnership. One is the Climate Finance Investor Network. And I don't know if you have the slide, but we even have a QR code that will create, a one-way portal into a conversation with USAID about this. We're really trying to open the doors and get much more engaged. We're also launching a Climate Finance Development Accelerator. 2 pilot countries, one in Colombia, one in Rwanda, with a focus on really enabling those 2 countries to turbocharge their investment in green energy and renewable investments. And of course, that's so important because many of these countries don't have the ratings investors require. So we have to unlock the capital in the least developed countries as well. You mentioned Egypt, and that's where we are now, of course. So it'd be great to talk about what we're doing with Egypt. And this relates to the technical assistance. So we've developed an environment sustainability manual with the Minister of Planning and Economic Development. And this is the first manual Egypt has ever had to guide environmental investments, and especially environmental investments that are aligned with Egypt's NDC, or nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. So the goal, as a result of this manual and the technical assistance provided, is to double private public investments in Egypt from 15% in fiscal 20, 30% in fiscal 22-23 to 50% in fiscal 24-25. And to ensure they have the statistical tools they need to, to really get the capital flowing. I think it goes without saying that we also have to get our priorities straight. We're talking about investment. We're still investing more in fossil fuels than we are in the transition. That is the truth right now. And that just has to change. It's suicide. So we've got to redirect our priorities, across the board, and the multinational development banks are being challenged to really double down. Secretary Yellen from the Treasury wrote, I think, a very important letter to the multinational development banks about the kinds of shifts that Treasury is hoping to see in the MDB investment space, and I think. It's all of us that need to change our ways of doing business if we're going to get to an economy that's completely reinvented, and one that's really grounded in justice and in equity. And I think, if we're not thinking about ensuring that the benefits are really felt at a local level, we're not doing our job. And that's why it's so great to be partnering with MCC. We both have an on-the-ground presence. AID's been in these countries for more than 6 decades at this stage, so long-standing relationships on the ground, and our climate strategy is deeply grounded in this principle around equity. So right on the money, I'm going to stop.
Right on the money. Clearly a compelling case for the urgency and purpose that we need. Whole of economy, completely agree. Just completely agree. And we're so stitched up as an interagency that she made the talking points on my behalf of what Secretary Yellen said. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. So now I'm really also very delighted to turn to you, Slav Gatchner. You're the Managing Director for Sustainable Debt at the Nature Conservancy. And the Nature Conservancy is known for a lot of innovation in this space. John earlier mentioned blue bonds. Well, you have real experience with blue bonds, and I'd love to hear both what you've done, particularly in Belize and in Barbados, but also, is this scalable? Like, is more coming? What's next?
Thank you very much, U.S. Center. Thank you very much to MCC and all the organizers for having us here. Secretary Kerry is a tough act to follow, but we were inspired by his remarks. And also, lest we think that all the news are coming out of Sharm, there is a little town called Washington, D.C., where we got some news yesterday. And I'm not talking about the elections, but rather I'm talking about the White House Nature-Based Solutions Initiative for the U.S., but hopefully that would be inspirational for the world because, nature is the best healer of nature. And we're big proponents and believers in nature-based solutions to climate, mitigation, adaptation, and of course, biodiversity. And therefore, we're in, the benefit of being last on the panel is that I can reflect on prior comments. And so we're inspired by John's remarks about Mozambique and the coastal resilience project that MCC is developing there, because we believe that that's indeed the best way to go. If the world is facing the triple threat of debt, of sovereign debt overhang, biodiversity crisis, and climate crisis, you know what? Mangroves actually have the triple benefit of climate adaptation, mitigation, and biodiversity, and the sustainable food source through fisheries. And so this is really inspirational and quite innovative. And so we look forward to collaborating with our friends from Conservation International, other major NGOs, local NGOs, and MCC. But let me tell you a little bit about Belize and Barbados, because those two examples show that you can be addressing this triple crisis with one tool and one fell swoop at scale. So in the case of Belize, we basically refinanced 550 million, the entire commercial indebtedness of the country, their entire Eurobond, with a new financing of 360 million. So you see the math already, from 550 down to 360, realizing immediate debt relief for the government and generating $180 million over 20 years that get plowed to conservation, to ocean conservation, climate-related projects through a domestic conservation fund, allowing the government of Belize to protect 30% of their ocean, which is home to the Mesoamerican Reef, the Blue Hole, and other iconic sites. And that was an example also of all of U.S. government cooperation. We received amazing assistance from the U.S. Embassy. But first and foremost, we have to give major shout out to our common friends from DFC, who provided a very innovative instrument. They basically repurposed their political risk insurance instrument to provide a de facto credit guarantee on our new blue bond issuance, which allowed the country which was in default. It was a country that failed to pay its coupons under their Eurobond to basically achieve a AA investment grade rating. To Fahim's point, this is what investors want. Innovation is wonderful. Thomas Edison discovered the light bulb. Do we think of the light bulb now as innovative? No, but it's pervasive, and that's what we want. We want these instruments to be plain old vanilla instruments in the tomorrow's world, so that more investors can pile on, so that very little spreads over the risk-free rates can be offered. And lest we think that Belize was an aberration, shortly after we closed Belize, we worked very hard on Barbados, and there we partnered with the Inter-American Development Bank, which shows how these instruments can be adapted. And so we created a co-guarantee instrument with IDB, where TNC itself guaranteed 1/3 of the new issuance. IDB guaranteed 2/3. That gave it a very high AA, AAA credit rating, and we refinanced 150 million of Barbados debt. You know Mia Motley's iconic leadership that was aligned with the Bridgetown initiative before it was even announced, generating 50 million of conservation funding for Barbados and allowing Barbados to protect 30% of their ocean. Much more can be done. TNC alone cannot move the needle. We could be doing all the transactions that we could possibly do and still only do about $10 billion between now and 2030. That is not enough when you're facing 3.3 billion of outstanding emerging market debt provided by commercial sources. But what to do next would be the subject to your next question.
Excellent. Okay. I've never had such a disciplined panel. Usually people ignore this clock here, but no, but this is actually very much where I'm going next, Slav. So thank you. By the way, it's great to hear about the potential for triple benefits. I heard that very clearly. I think that's great to hear. So actually, a lot of the conversation here so far this week has been around what can the private sector do more of? What can the private sector do more of? And that's a really important question, and we'll come back to it. But right now, I actually want to ask, what can the public sector do more of? Because we're super not on track for the 1.5. We have some solutions to get us there, but they need to scale massively if we're going to be on track. And so I'm going to start with you, John, and then come back to you, Slav, with the simple, but I think complex question of how do we get to much more massive exponential scale, dear John?
All right. Thank you. I'm guessing just saying we need more money isn't going to cut it.
Not going to cut it.
Right. So a few thoughts, right? And I'll go through a couple of ideas, but I think your point about what can the public sector do is really critical. But I would put that in a broader context and come back to what actually the opening of the U.S. Center yesterday, John Kerry was saying is, look, public sector money is not going to be enough. We can all put all of that forward. We can make those commitments, but to hit the numbers we need to hit, we need the private sector. So my punchline to your question is we need to do a better job as the public sector to facilitate, catalyze, and enable that private sector money. Now, that doesn't mean we can't and shouldn't also do things with the money we are putting forward for public infrastructure. So I'll start there with MCC. For those of you that know MCC, we work in a limited number of countries. We only work in low and low middle income countries, and we have large-scale grants, and we put a lot of that towards infrastructure. But we also support the whole, what I call an integrated approach. So we do the technical assistance, the infrastructure, the capacity building to the utilities if we're in the power sector. What is that overall package of investments to make the program work? We do that always with a mind and a lens to looking at the private sector. How can we get the private sector to invest in and around our programs? So we have a whole suite of tools to do that. Viability gap financing. We do leverage grant facilities, credit guarantees. But, and this is where I come back to a point Gillian made, we need to change the way we do our business. We need to do that in a way that's going to raise and increase investments in climate, investments in adaptation. So not just crowd in the private sector, but do it to leverage the investments in climate. The other piece I would mention is MCC can play a role in bringing governments together with other donors, with MCC, with civil society, with NGOs, to not only have these conversations, but to get real and get specific about transactions and facilitating this kind of investment, right? And then maybe the last piece, just to leave on this, is we're talking about this joint green finance pilot program. I'm saying it slowly to make sure I get it right and that others remember. We're starting with 3 countries. We want to roll that out in other MCC partner countries, new countries that are developed. But I think another key piece in that is that we're putting in place the systems, we're putting in place the capacity, we're training people up. We are trying to set these countries up to not just facilitate specific transactions within our programs, but to do it going forward without us. And to me, that's something that's really compelling about this particular project and program.
I really love your last point. It's not actually about us. It's about the countries having the capacity to unlock the financing they need for themselves. So love that point. Thank you so much. So Slav, back to you. So yeah, you said Belize, lest we think is an exception, we had Barbados. But do we have 10 more?
Yeah. No, I think we got swapped. So yes, and so what I'd like to mention, once the audio gets resolved, is that we're approaching things from a sovereign perspective, and I'm going to, as TNC, we have, of course, private equity and carbon markets and other operations. But I'm going to limit my comments now to the sovereign issues that we're facing. Why? Because if a country is facing financial distress, that puts a damper on what the private sector in that country can accomplish. So Fahim will tell you that the credit rating of a private corporation in Ghana would be constrained by the sovereign credit rating unless they're selling hydrocarbons or other resources overseas and generating a bunch of dollar revenues. That describes a few parastatals, but certainly not the SME, backbone of economies. And so therefore, first and foremost, facing the acute sovereign debt crisis that we are in the here and now, we have to worry a bit or a lot about sovereign debt and sovereign debt sustainability and access to capital markets. And you all provided the diagnosis. Countries like Egypt, countries like Gabon, a year ago could fund themselves at 5%, 6%. Those were their yields on their Eurobonds. Guess what the yield on the Egyptian bonds or the Gabonese bonds or the Ghanaian bonds is today? Any guesses? Is it 6%? Is it 9%? Is it 15%? Any guesses from the audience? 15. It is 15. It is approaching 15%. And that's a combination of yield spikes, risk intolerance on the part of the private sector and rising U.S. treasuries. And so, therefore, I'm thinking of a couple of things that the public sector can do. One is to continue to crowd in private sector investment in sovereign refinancings, right? Because a lot of sovereigns don't have access to capital markets. They cannot they cannot borrow new funding. They have to take care of upcoming maturities and then plow the savings into climate and conservation outcomes. And in addition, the public sector may consider, and so maybe we do green Brady bonds, right? Who here is from the Department of Treasury? Or at the very least, and that maybe we can talk about that more in a bit, maybe at least if we cannot do green Brady bonds, to nudge the multilateral development banks to lean in more and use their resources. That's topic number one. Topic number two is, in addition to commercial debt that can be refinanced, there is a lot of bilateral official debt, right? Some from the US, but also from China, India, the Europeans, etc. The IMF has a very important role to play as part of the G20 and the Chinese and the new style creditors in considering whether their claims against African and other nations are actually sustainable. And rather than kicking the can down the road, as some nations do, maybe it's time to face the music, if you excuse the mixed metaphor, and recognize that some claims are just not collectible, and to agree to debt reductions in exchange for credible climate and biodiversity commitments. This is the time when one of the speakers went over their time. And that's me, so mea culpa.
No, perfect. Can I ask you just a quick follow-up? Yes or no is the only answer. Are there other countries in the pipeline following Belize and Barbados?
Yes, and yes.
Okay, great. You heard it here. Catch them afterwards to get more details. All right, great. So, I asked everyone to be forward-looking, right? So we're trying to figure out, and we've been talking about how to invest in the climate-aligned infrastructure for the future. But the reality is we have a lot of brown, very, very dark brown infrastructure as well, that if we're going to hit our climate goals, specifically our mitigation goals, we actually have to decommission. And a perfect example are the coal-fired plants. And so how do you finance decommissioning coal-fired plants so that they retire way earlier than currently planned? Tough issue. So therefore, I'm going to go to Gillian.
Thanks so much for that. All credit due to the Treasury Department for launching the Just Energy Transition Project. You may be familiar with that. We have our first project, which is in South Africa, which is heavily coal dependent, and there was a commitment from the U.S. and Germany and the U.K. and others to come up with $8.5 billion to support them in that transition. To your point, where's that cash going to come from? I mean, there's obviously an important role for public finance to play in addressing the transition. I think the just is a really important word there, to go back to equity, though, because I actually lived in South Africa in the early 90s investigating hit squads under apartheid, and I know about the power of unions in South Africa, COSATU, and that's all unionized labor. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a one-to-one correlation. It's not like your coal workers are just going to waltz their way over to a solar power plant and have a job that works for them. And that's where I think USAID really has an important role to play. We just made a commitment along with our allies in Power Africa to really take a close look within South Africa as part of the Just Energy Transition at the socioeconomic context and what the viable economic alternatives are for these folks. And if we don't get the unions on board, we really have a problem on our hands. Organized labor can be with us or they can be against us in the context of this transition. And they deserve our support and engagement. And I don't think we've always done the best job on this front in the U.S. For example, most of the solar electrification is taking place in residential, which is not unionized. So again, their eyes glaze over when you start talking about a transition to renewable energy. It's not an opportunity for many unionized workers. So we've just got to keep justice in mind, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because it's the strategic thing to do if we're going to move this forward. Look at Les Gilets Jaunes in France. I mean, you can see the scope and scale of opposition we're going to face if we don't attend to these issues.
No, thank you so much. And we spent a lot of time, because we have to, on very technical calculations about how to decommission the coal plants, and it's difficult work, and finding the concessional finance to do that is difficult. But I always say exactly what you say. The Just Energy Transition Partnerships in South Africa, we're looking at Indonesia, India, Vietnam, Senegal. They will work or not work on the just piece. I'm convinced of that. So thank you for that and for the work you're doing in this area. All right, so we're going to the last question for this discussion round. And, I think all of you in your answers have stretched the importance of partnerships. And we sometimes talk about a development finance system. It doesn't always work as a system, but all of you stress that to reach our goals, it needs to work as a system. And so here, in the spirit of constructive criticism, I want you to, and I'm going to turn to Slav first and then John here. I want you to share with me, what do you need from the multilateral development banks, from the development finance institutions, to you yourselves be able to do more. So be constructive, but be frank. Slav.
Okay. Thanks so much for that. I love that question because I do have my Christmas wish list, even though it's a little early. And first and foremost, I would say lean in and be as bold as DFC was and as IDB was in our first two transactions. And I would say that even with DFC, which is a wonderful partner, and they, as I said, they provided political risk insurance, not honoring of arbitral award to those who want to geek out on DFI tools as a form of credit guarantee. You listen to my words. It was a workaround, right? So we used duct tape, safety pins to cobble something together. Now, wouldn't it be nice if DFC could provide a credit guarantee, which is a much more straightforward product? And so that's a matter then of Treasury being on the board of DFC, not to put you on the spot, of others here in this room, in the U.S. Center and U.S. government writ large, to give the tools of the trade to DFC to be able to do more. Now, lest our multilateral friends on H Street and around town and around the world think that or New York Avenue, think that I will forget about them, down the street from New York Avenue being IDB. IDB is showing this leadership by repurposing, right, their policy-based instrument for these types of transactions, and that's fit for purpose. Now, I want the Asian Development Bank, I want the African Development Bank to consider doing the same, right? There's some concerns and reservations about using their partial credit guarantee for these style transactions. I'm not going to get technical as to why there are concerns, but these are old shibboleths that need to be discarded because we're facing this triple crisis and we need to be using it. We cannot afford not to use the tools that we already have in our toolkit. People are talking about reimagining capitalism. I'm not reinventing capitalism. I'm just asking multilateral development banks who have those tools to simply lean in and use them, and the shareholder governments to support them. And lest 1818 H Street feels impenetrable to this, the World Bank. I'm going to finish with the World Bank. The World Bank is there as the global development knowledge bank. They need to be doing more, right? They also have those tools, and they need to show real leadership. I'm going to finish with the IMF. The IMF has the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which now has billions and billions and billions of commitments, and they could be doling those out in 100, 200 million increments. By the way, Barbados was the first user of the RST, which we love. If the RST became a giant risk, I want to hear from Fahine about this, became a giant risk mitigation pot against which you can have capital markets issuance. Is that a dream, or is that something that can be done?
Excellent. Thank you for that clear feedback. And I always like to say at Treasury, we're very activist shareholders. So very useful tips that you gave me there. Thank you. So actually, since you wanted to hear from Fahine, I'm going to sort of not turn to you, John, and turn to Fahine instead, both so that you can answer sort of Slav, but also more broadly my question. I know you work a lot with the MDBs. You used to work at IFC, if I'm not mistaken. So please, your views on what we can do, what they can do more of.
So I think the first thing that the MDBs and DFI can do more of is to actually leverage their intellectual capital and their knowledge, not just their financing. We know that their financing is limited at the end of the day. So something that people know IFC by all over the world are the Equator Principles. They're used everywhere. That is such an incredible leveraging effect. We at JP Morgan use the IFC's AIM methodology to craft our own. And since then, in 2 years, we've evaluated $280 billion of transactions using that methodology. That mobilizing, that leveraging effect is massive. And maybe that's where, more brain power can be spent rather than doing yet another A loan, though those are important as well. I think another thing is coming into more innovative transactions. So I gave that example of the DFIs coming into bond deals, but of all the bond deals that I have worked on, and there have been 26 of them in the past 2 years, including with Gabon and Egypt, only 4 where MDBs and DFIs came in. Oh, no, we don't know if we can do a bond. We don't know if we can price the market. What is our role? Because it's new. And so I think having that panache to lean forward, to come into the capital markets and do more in that space. And then going a little bit to what, Slav, you were saying, is leveraging products that the private sector needs, right? So if the MDBs are going to invest, we could come in as co-lenders or co-investors, but it's really the guarantees, right? Use your guarantee product that we can leverage and come in. Do more in local currency, right? There's so many countries, especially now with the dollar appreciating, that are definitely not going to want to take hard currency denominated loans. What can the MDBs and DFIs do and to expand their foreign currency options? And I think the last thing, and I'm going to do a little plug here for MCC, is the MDBs should be doing things that are difficult. So when I was based in Senegal at the IFC, the MCC came in with a compact that financed, it was a large compact of 500 million that financed the transmission of the country, right? That is the completely unsexy stuff that people can't really come and cut ribbons around, but is critical, because if I'm a power developer in the private sector, my determination of whether I want to do the deal is based on, is there a good PPA, is there good financing, but does this country have good transmission, right? Will my power plant not be operational because their distribution losses. So I think a big push for the MDBs to do the work that is needed to make whole economies move, transmission, distribution, and other such things, and to use grant money for that as well, as was done in the case of the MCC.
I think that's a lovely, lovely, lovely plug for MCC and a well-deserved one. Thank you so much. The time has come to start to wrap up this panel, and I'm going to hand over to MCC's CEO in a second. I just want to share a couple of very quick reflections. I think the first one is, bespoke is out. It's not going to get us where we need to go. We need standardized, we need platforms if we want to get to scale. Innovation is in, but if it's, small and secret and private to you, not going to be enough. It needs to be pervasive as the light bulb is. Thirdly, we need systems approaches. That means thinking about how to build the capacity for countries to find the financing and to leverage the financing that's available, not just to think about a project getting money out the door. And to do that, it means using the development finance system truly as a system with radical partnership. And then finally, and this is really not what we usually talk about, but to be able to do the first three things, it actually requires organizational change in how we and our partners, including the MDBs in the case of Treasury, given our oversight role there, it requires organizational change to be fit for purpose to meet the challenge of our day. And climate change, as you all know, is an existential climate challenge that we have no choice but to get right. Alice Albright.
What an incredible panel. Thank you all so much. I think we've learned a lot. One of the things I forgot to do at the very beginning of my comments earlier was thank Secretary Kerry. He is an indefatigable leader for us in the Office of Spec and the U.S. government around this whole topic, and I think we owe him all a huge thanks in addition to the panel. So you've heard some very strong points here. One is that there is an enormous sense of urgency around the interface of the climate challenge and the finance challenge. And it is existential, and it is something that we can no longer avoid. We've heard that the vast majority of funding right now is not going to the countries that need it most. Vast majority of funding not going where it is most needed. We've announced a platform today, a collaboration. What is it called? Joint Green Finance Pilot. It's not going to be a pilot. It is going to be a series of efforts that is going to be successful, is going to last, it is going to be climate challenges meets finance expertise, is going to bring together critical parts of the U.S. government. We're going to lean in. We at MCC have committed to starting on working with 3 countries, Zambia, Mozambique, and Indonesia. USAID is going to identify 5 countries, and we're going to go from doing one-off small transactions to bridging the gap on a systematic basis, looking at capabilities, and making the availability of finance more regular and more mainstream to the countries that need it most, and bringing together the tools that everybody here has talked about to mainstream the availability of finance to countries that need it most. So we are at an existential moment. We've got the tools that we need, and we now need to lean in. So onward. Thank you all very much.
Hello, say hello, 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 hello. Test. 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 Hey. Hey. Test. Test. Bersama itu. That's it. Test mic. Hey. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. Our first climate conversation event will take place on the high top tables in just a couple of minutes with Andrew Moffat, Senior Advisor and Public-Private Partnership Expert, as well as Dr. Kate Calvin, NASA's Chief Scientist and Senior Climate Advisor. Again, those climate conversations will take place on those high top tables next to the big screen here at the U.S. Center in just a couple minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the U.S. Center. We have our two experts taking part in our climate conversations sitting down over on our high top tables at the U.S. Center, and there might also be some NASA stuff that you might want to grab over there. No relation for getting people to go over there at all. But please go talk to Andrew Moffett, a senior advisor in public-private partnerships, as well as Dr. Kate Calvin, NASA's chief scientist and senior climate advisor over at the high top tables here at the U.S. Center. They'll be there for the next half an hour.
And so you can see that large enlarging of city. So, increases in greenhouse gases and other changes in the Earth's surface have led to increases in warming. The image I'm showing here on the left is from surface observations. This is a product that's put together by one of the NASA centers called GISTEM. And it is looking at the changes in average surface temperature over time. And so it started in the late 1800s, and the animation will work its way through. And what you'll see is temperatures are rising. So the last 8 years have been the warmest since modern record keeping began. We're seeing more warming over land than over ocean, and we're going to see more warming over higher latitudes than lower latitudes. And so there are differences across the Earth's surface that you'll see. And this image on the on the right is from a satellite that can show us how much heat is trapped. So that's what's leading to the warming. We're having incoming sunlight trapped by greenhouse gases, and then we're getting warming here. Temperature isn't the only thing that's changing, and it's not the only thing we can see from space. So one of the things, I mentioned that the Arctic is warming faster. That has effects on ice sheets. So this is showing you the mass of polar ice sheets, both Greenland and Antarctica. And this is from a really interesting pair of satellites. We're actually on the second iteration of it. So there's GRACE, and now we're on GRACE follow-on. This is a pair of satellites that follow each other around the world, measuring changes in gravity. And by measuring changes in gravity, we can figure out changes in mass. So now we can see the changes in the mass of ice sheets. And so what you're seeing here, these darker red and orange shades are where we've lost ice mass over time. The light blue areas are where we've gained ice mass. And you can see the total trends here in the bottom for both Antarctica and Greenland. And so we're seeing these changes over time. And what you'll see here, we have had these satellites for 20 years. So we have 20 years of these observations here. So as our temperatures are warming, ice sheets are melting, and we're losing ice mass. As that ice is melting, it is running into our oceans. So we are also able to see changes in sea level. And so we've been able to measure changes in the total sea level change from space for a little over 2 decades. So that you can see that image here on the top right. And so that is the total change in sea level from space. We can also look at what's contributing to it. So I showed you loss in ice mass. So as our ice sheets are melting and running to the ocean, we have more volume of water, and that leads to sea level rise. There are also other changes that are contributing to sea level rise. So as oceans get warmer, they take up more room. And so that is also a contributing factor. And also where lands, whether they're going up or down, will also contribute to local sea level rise. And we have a tool that you can look at sea level rise where you live. So the NASA Sea Level Rise portal, you can click on a coastal community and see how much sea level has risen in the past and what's driving that where you live. And we can see this from, this is from satellites in space. Sea levels aren't the only thing rising. We're also seeing other changes in the water cycle. So we're getting, just 1 second. There we go. So we're seeing some extreme precipitation, changes in extreme precipitation events as temperatures have warmed. So we're seeing more frequent and intense heavy precipitation events. We're also seeing an increase in the proportion of intense tropical cyclones. So what this image in the top left is showing you is the 2021 hurricane season. So it's going to work its way through each of the named storms, and you'll see the storm tracks. The colors on the bottom are showing you sea surface temperature from one of the NASA satellites. We're also having some precipitation that you'll see on top of that. We are also showing you some maps of flooding events from around the world and some videos there. As sea levels are rising, we're seeing more coastal flooding. As we're getting these more heavy precipitation events and more hurricanes, or more intense hurricanes, we're seeing more impacts to our coastal communities, infrastructure, and economies. So it's not just increases in heavy precipitation events. Dry areas are also getting drier. So we're seeing changes in droughts. This left satellite is called SMAP, and this is going to show us soil moisture. We can see soil moisture from space, and this is important information both for understanding the changes in the planet, but also for helping farmers and local communities understand what the conditions are where they live and how to understand that. So we're showing you the soil moisture as we see it from space, and then some of the impacts we see. So drought-prone areas are seeing less rainfall, and that affects agriculture and how we grow crops. With drier lands, we're also seeing changes in wildfire. So this is going to show you two different ones. One on the left is active fires from a combination of an instrument that's on a satellite in space. The right is from the some of it is from the Landsat. Some of it is an imagery of a specific fire in 2018. So hot, dry, and windy conditions are called fire weather. And as the Earth is warming, we're seeing hot, dry, and windy conditions in places, and we're seeing more wildfires. And one of the things we do at NASA is take this satellite imagery and make it available to people in as near real time as we can to provide that information. So for wildfire, disaster response team that can work with local communities and show people where are fires burning, what are the burn scars and burn perimeters. What about emissions associated with fires? We can take in information both from satellite imagery and other resources and show those emissions and show the air quality conditions that emerge from those. So while we can see all of the changes that are happening because of changes in climate and other changes in the Earth system, one of the other things we can see from space is how things that are happening in local communities impact temperature. So I want to give an example of this. This is from an instrument on the International Space Station called EcoStress. So EcoStress is an instrument that's designed to understand plant water stress. So when are plants feeling water stress? And it does that by measuring temperature at a very fine scale. So as a result, we can look at urban areas and understand temperature like urban heat islands from space. And this is an instrument on the space station. But one of the other things we've been able to see from that is also look at how some of what happens in local communities impacts temperature. So this is looking at a part of the San Fernando Valley in California. And you're looking at temperature in a very, in this, throughout the whole region over there on the right. In the upper left here, we're zooming in on one particular part. And what you can see is this blue sort of crescent in the midst of all of that red. That blue crescent is where they painted a street white. So this is part of a Cool Neighborhoods project, and they have painted the street, and we can now see that it is cooler than the surrounding neighborhood. So we can see this from space and see what temperatures and how they're being impacted on the ground. So the last thing I just want to show is, as I mentioned earlier, one of NASA's most important missions is our home planet. And so I've shown you what we see from satellites. We also have astronauts in space. And when they come back, one of the things they always talk about is what Earth looks like from space. So on the International Space Station, they're taking pictures, both because it's really inspiring to see Earth, but they can also take pictures of extreme events as they happen, whether they're volcanoes or fires or other changes. And then as we move further out into space, this is an image from Apollo of the Earth. And so we are using our unique vantage point of space to understand how Earth's changing and to help tell people about what's happening. And all of the data that I've just mentioned is freely available to the public, and one of our big efforts going on at NASA is to make it easier to use and more accessible. So as climate is changing and our Earth is changing, people have access to the information as we see it. And so with that, I'll stop and take any questions. Did someone help me?
Hi, my name is Tuba and I'm from APHI 360. I just have a question regarding the NASA data and the ground truthing data and how you use that to serve climate or predict pandemic, for example. So looking at the nexus between climate change and health.
Yeah, so you've asked a couple of different questions. One is about, what we can measure, and then also how we ground truth. So one of the things we do, I've just mentioned satellites in this talk, but we also have other ways of collecting information, both within NASA and also other federal agencies. And I showed you just a little bit of that. I showed you some NOAA ground observations paired with satellites, and they're showing the same trend. Where I showed you was carbon dioxide. But at NASA, we have a lot of other, surface and airborne missions that help us both understand processes, but also give us a different data point. So in sea level rise, we can also look at tidal gauges. And so we can compare tidal gauges at individual points with what we see from space. And what you get, there are two different types of data. So tidal gauges, we have more sparse measurements, so we don't have them globally, but we have longer time periods. So with satellites, we get global coverage, but we only have them for the satellite era, so several decades. And so we work with both of those. And then you asked about pandemics. One of the things we can see is we can see how changes affect Earth's surface. And so one of the things we've seen during the last few years is that changes in telework and other things have led to lower emissions and other changes, certain types of emissions, I should say. And so we have a portal that we've put together with partners at the European Space Agency and the Japanese Space Agency, where you can see those changes and actually look at satellite data and how things that have happened the last couple of years have affected.
Hello. I have a question. Are you getting adequate funding regardless of what administration is in charge for NASA? You know, most people like me just think of, sending something up to the moon or Mars, but this is very important for climate change. And are you getting adequately funded to continue that?
We have a very robust Earth science program, and so the satellites I've been mentioning, we've had these programs for decades, and so we've been doing that. And I've talked mostly about satellites. We also have models in applied sciences. Earth is one of our most important missions, and we are continuing to study it.
Hi. Oh, wow. Sorry, everyone. Hi, my name is Carmel Wilkins. I'm a delegate, the three of us delegates from UC Berkeley. My question is, with about 37% of the population globally having little to no access to the internet, how are you providing these resources to the most marginalized of communities and countries specifically within the global south?
Yeah, so just a couple of examples here. First of all, this is a big effort throughout NASA, not just at our Earth Science, is how do we make data more accessible? Our data is already freely available to the public, but a lot of it is, very big data sets. And so how do we do that? And so part of what we're doing is making tools and resources available to, not just data. The other thing we're doing is we're moving more data into the cloud so that people have access to it. And we're also working on trainings. And so we've been working on translating some of our trainings into Spanish language to access others. We also have some specific programs that work with other communities. So we have a program called Servir. It's in partnership with the USAID, and they work in local communities in Africa, in Asia, and in Latin America to take satellite data and bring it to people and to help address their needs.
Hi, thank you. I'm Morgan Rogers. I'm a member of Ecological Society of America. Thank you for your presentation. My question's in regard to the cool crescent in the San Fernando Valley. Surface temperature will have different impacts on, say, mean radiant temperature based on shading or air temperature. My question is, that cool crescent, has it had a meaningful impact on lowering air temperature in that particular neighborhood, or cooling mean radiant temperature the way the human body experiences temperature, or is it just purely surface temperature?
That is a great question, and one that I don't have an answer to right now. So what we can see from space is the surface temperature, but we need to talk to the local communities to understand.
Hi. In regard to fire, I was wondering if it has any ongoing programs for monitoring fuel loads to inform prevention measures, and then one step further, if NASA is looking into other interactions with fire, for example, drought and fire, which is maybe a bit obvious, but also insect outbreaks, for example.
So on your first question, we're actually on Saturday going to do a whole talk on agriculture. And so we have a lot of things we can see from space. The only one I showed you today was about soil moisture, but we have other observations. We also have agricultural modeling, so we can actually look at crop yields both now and in the future. And so we have that. In terms of, we're continually trying to see what we can understand and what information we can provide. And so on wildfire, we have a variety of different products there. We also have some interactive tools looking at different fire.
Maybe not. Hi. I've heard a lot about synthetic aperture radar. Could you say something about what kind of information we can get from that?
Yes, so we are launching a satellite called NISAR targeting 2023 that's using that type of radar. And what it shows you is changes in the Earth's surface of a very fine resolution. So you can look at ice sheet dynamics or landslides. So sort of changes in the surface.
Hi, my name is Danish Masood. I'm with the United Nations. We work with you. And I wanted to ask you if you could say a little bit more about the agricultural modeling side. In particular, if there's a way to begin to look at which cultivars and varietals should be planted in which parts of which countries at what times. That kind of modeling.
Yeah, so what a lot of the crop modeling does, and again, I'll show some more of this on Saturday, is they take in changes in, you start from what you're doing today, and then you can take in changes in temperature, precipitation, carbon dioxide, and see how yields might change in the future. And what we can look at, very clearly is different types of crops respond differently. And so you'll see a different change in yield for wheat than corn. Exactly how much, cultivars versus crops, depend on the crop modeling. Well, I think I want to thank everyone for coming. Don't go anywhere. My colleague Tahani Amer is going to talk about oceans next. So she's going to do a deep dive on the oceans. I just showed you one small slide on that, but she'll have a lot more coming up in about 10 minutes, I think. 5 minutes. So thank you all.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. Our next NASA Hyperwall talk will start right now. Talking about a satellite view of Earth's ocean is Dr. Tahani. Amer.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? So we are talking this afternoon about NASA's looking at the oceans from our satellites. I just want to give you a brief introduction to the Earth's radiations budget. As you all know, the Earth provides some input energy to the Earth, and then some of it reflected back, and some of it stays. And that's what creates the greenhouse effect. Now, if we look at the chart in the bottom right here, from 1980 to 2019, and look at the effect of the temperature due to carbon dioxide. Just absorb that chart for a second. Look how it really is going higher and higher due to our effect. Look at the other one chart here, the greenhouse sources, at least in the United States, right? So you see the most of it is transportation, 29%. The electricity, 28%, and then industry and agriculture, as you see it all. All of this has to do with affecting our climate. And this is sometimes a stunning picture for me when I see it like this and see the increase continuously. Next chart, please. So with this, I'd like to explain this. I'd like to... Can you hear me? Okay, great. So this one here, it's part of the. It is part of the intergovernment panel for climate change. And I wanted to show you this. You're showing 5 scenarios that could happen in the next few years. And look at the increase of the temperature based on the scenario that they have. And when I look at the chart, I get scared a little bit and see what is really the big changes that's going to happen. And from here, the more the warmth we get, the impact of the temperature degree. We really want to keep it below 1.5, right? That's what we're trying to do. But they are working ahead and trying to see what is scenarios that could happen in the next several years, right? So that's what I wanted to show you, that aspect of this chart. Next chart, please. And this one here, this chart here, looking at how is the temperature, the ocean is about what? 70% of the surface, and the ocean really has high capacity of absorbing energy, and really without the ocean will be really very in big trouble, right? So it absorbs most of the carbon in the ocean and stay there, and it's usually in the first top surface of the ocean between 0 to 700 meter, and this is really affecting all the tropical input to it. But if you look at here some of our satellites, it's called the CREST, which we have 7 of those, and those satellites that's actually measuring cloud Earth radiations energy system, that we can see the yellow line, its fluctuations between 2000 to 2020, and you can see how much is the energy are inputted to the environments. And the next one here, the next chart in the left there, it talks about the ocean, it talks about the ocean heat content, and it's an increasing, and the ocean can absorb most of those changes. Next chart, please. And now this is actually one of my favorite chart that we have, that's been done by a collaboration between MIT and NASA GPL, and this is really a modeling of how the currents change from one place to another. It's really a subtle, and you can see this all connected together, and this is part of the activity that we have to see in there. Next chart. Oh, this is just a bigger image of that. Thank you. Next one. And I would like to show you the effect of we're seeing the effect of all of the ocean changes and the of the temperature in the surface and the chlorophyll anomaly. And you can see between 2019 to now, see how it changes. The darker color shows the greatest anomaly, and the lighter color shows you lighter, a few of changes or no anomaly whatsoever. And why we care about the chlorophyll? Because this is really the initial foods for the marine life. Next one. And this is really what when we come to, we at NASA, we have a fleet of satellite that really observing the ocean, and most of them started in 1995 from Patuxent and Poseidon all the way to, have Jason 1, 2, and 3. And then we have Sentinel 6 that we launched a year ago. And then we have SWAT that's coming up. Next one. And then why we're really measuring and worry about the ocean, because it's the ocean, the coastal effect due to drought and due to floods and due affecting the coastal life, as we've seen it from my colleague, and how is this affecting. And look at the temperature, look at the years and how high does it go and how many millimeters. And it's not really stopping due to the global warming. Next chart. And now, since we're here in Africa and in Egypt, my colleague was kind enough to develop this actually scenario for Alexandria. And you can see here, we really could go from a 0.5 meter to 2 meter increase of the sea level in Alexandria. It depends what kind of action we take now to protect all our coastal lines. Next chart. Now, we come to my favorite part of the talk, which is, I'm very familiar with that, which is a new mission we're going to be launching in December 12, which is surface water and ocean topography. We've been working in this mission for almost 10 years, and it's now time to shine. This is a mission that's collaboration between NASA and CANAS, which is our French colleague, UK Space Agency, and the Canadian Space Agency. And this is now ready to launch. And this is one is going to has a two unique part of it. It's one is measuring the oceans, right? The ocean circulation with a very great deal of detail, and then measuring the rivers, the lakes, reservoir, and wetland. We've never done that before from space. So this is kind of a very exciting news for the hydrology community and figuring out what we're going to be doing with all this data. And actually, we're going to be getting 1 terabyte of data daily. So somebody needs to analyze this data and give us some conclusion and discoveries. And we need all your help. So next chart, please. How does this SWOT work? As I said, I give you a little bit of explanation. The SWOT has a very unique instrument called the Karen instrument. Karen is a K-band radar interferometer that measures the surface of the ocean and the land. And it has a dual antenna that's a deployable antenna that measure about 50 kilometers in each side, and we'll be able to see that. And this will be the first time to look at like rivers and land like this from space. Next chart. So that's exactly animation of how SWOT is going to work. And this is looking at over in Florida and sending up the arrays in there and absorbing back the signal to be able to understand what's happening in the ground. And it's very detailed, very exciting news for us to do. Next chart. So this is actually the satellites in orbit, and we're actually going to do 2 orbits. One is the calibration orbit, which is going to be in about 894 kilometers at 77.7 degree inclines, and then the actual scientific, the science orbit will be going to be 891 kilometers at the same inclines. And we'll be measuring every river and every lake and every wetlands in the world. So in any country you're in, we'll be able to measure that. And every 21 days, so will be very, very historical time to be able to do that. So we're very excited to this. I wanted to just show you, next chart, please. So I wanted to show you this, the end of the talk is where all water connect us, either in land or in oceans. So we have to work together, be able to understand the effect of the climate. And this is our globe with Eddie Kennison changing through it. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to take any questions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mari Wong, and I am part of the UC Berkeley delegation. Thank you, first and foremost, for a wonderful and insightful talk. I wanted to ask you about the changes in water temperature, surface water temperature, and the adjustment that happens on water currents and how that affects agricultural, industrial, and human-based centers around the United States and around the world, and how does NASA's work inform countries to make decisions on how to protect vulnerable communities that will be affected by the impacts of changes in the currents that are happening based on fisheries and El Nino practices and ways to adjust the ways that we address climate change in that sort of matter, in a human matter.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Excellent question. As you heard my colleague Kate was talking about, we in earth science, we do observation, we do measurements, we understand how is that gonna affect in scenario and future, and we are working with applied group. We have applied group that really goes and look at this and prepare those community that you're talking about, especially the coastal community from the ocean effect, and prepare that. And we have a system that connects like with water and system that connects with fires. So we have this ability to connect with other agency that we work together collaboratively to be able to understand the impact of all these changes, the sea rises, the temperature changes, so we're able to adapt early on and have different scenarios, so we'll be protecting lives and protecting homes and lands. I hope I answered your question. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Tariq. I have a question regarding this technology or this satellite. How did you test this concept? I mean, like, did you do like a pilot project, or did you do some tests to make sure these data are collected, like the accuracy of the data? Such of these things.
That's a good question. That's going to really to basics. So what happened is at NASA, sometimes we come up with a concept that we're trying to solve a problem. We get our scientists try to address certain area, right? And we develop a community that really study that aspect and see what measurements they're looking for, right? And then we develop the hardware, which is building the payload. Either we build the radiometer or build the interferometer or a microwave, whatever we need to build to do the measurements. And then we have a team that actually build this hardware. And after we build it, we test it, and we test it, and we test it. And then we do some kind of simulations and understand some of those data that's coming. And then when we get the actual data from our satellites, we compare what we have that we done in a simulation to what we got from an actual observation to be able to make a new scientific discovery. Simple as that. But it's not simple, but it's complex process. But we look for the most important things, of course, understanding the scientific question we try to answer, and we build the system or the satellite to do that, and then validate and verify. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, since you came to NASA talk, you get some NASA swag. So that's a big part of the talk, right? So please come and talk to Eric, and we'll be around here if you have any question. Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Please take your seats as this event is about to begin. Thank you. We're about to begin if everyone can take their seats. Thank you. Welcome to Innovative Financing to Meet Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Needs. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage Alexia Latortu, Assistant Secretary for International Trade and Development.
All right. Well, that was a warm welcome. Thank you. We appreciate it. We really do. I know it's the end of a day, but I'm so excited to see you here and excited to have this conversation on a topic that's so critical all the time, and particularly to this year's COP in Egypt on the African continent. So tackling climate change, is, I hope, a really big priority for President Biden. It's a big priority for Secretary Yellen, where I work at the U.S. Treasury. And we've really tried to put our money where our mouths are by asking for $11 billion in our fiscal 23 budget so that we could meet President Biden's historic pledge to quadruple climate financing from the Obama peak days. And so if enacted, we'll be able to deliver on that goal. And that also includes quadrupling finance for adaptation as well. So we're very excited about that. As some of you may know, President Biden has also launched last year in Glasgow the PREPARE, and I'm not just remember the acronym because the name is too long, PREPARE, which is all about adaptation and seeks to reach 500 million people focused primarily in Africa to help build climate adaptation and resilience. So it focuses on things like early warning information and data, for example. If any of you know a farmer, do any of you know farmers? Then you know that if you are in front of someone who doubts climate change, you bring them to a farmer. And a farmer understands and lives and breathes and sees the negative impacts of climate change. And we live today in a world where some farmers, the people who grow the food that we eat, themselves are vulnerable to being hungry and to food insecurity. And that's my way of saying the topic of today is hyper urgent and hyper important. And so with that, I'm really thrilled to turn to our panelists who represent a set of initials that we've been hearing all week already, MDBs, GCF, and all eyes are on you. High expectations are on you. The heads of your institutions have met with Secretary Yellen to have a specific conversation on adaptation. That's how serious we take it, and that's how much we count on you to deliver. So I'm going to start with the same question for all the panelists, and I'm going to start with you, if I may, Kevin. And Kevin is the VP for Power, Energy, Climate, and Green Growth at the African Development Bank. And Kevin, AFDB is a leader when it comes to adaptation. 67% of what you do in climate finance is directed towards adaptation. And so I really want to hear more about how you've gotten there, but most importantly, how will you scale up further innovations in the adaptation space? And if you could touch on specifically what you're doing under the adaptation benefits mechanisms. I think you have 2 pilot projects in that area, including trying to attract private finance into adaptation. Kevin.
Thank you very much, Alexia. To start with, I think the African Development Bank is in resonance, in serious resonance with its member countries. As a result, we understand that Africa's challenge is actually adaptation. So, and climate finance in general is a big challenge. So what we did is that we set a target for ourselves to allocate 40% of all our investments as climate finance. The idea was that we should be able to mobilize $25 billion by 2025. 2025. So their target was 40%, but with a view to doing 50% on adaptation. So what we did is that already, just to confirm, last year we did 41% of all our investments as climate finance, of which 67% is adaptation. And the reason is here, we respond to the requirements of our member countries. So the projects of the projects that we take for financing most of them are related to adaptation. Could be agriculture, water and sewerage, transportation, and that is why you find that we were able to exceed. I believe we were the first MDB to exceed the parity between adaptation and mitigation finance in 2018. From 55%, we came to 63% in 2020, and last year we did 67%. So, but what that constitutes in monetary terms is not a lot in absolute terms. So what we've done is that recognizing the need for adaptation is significantly much higher that we can be able to do. We linked up with the Global Center on Adaptation, and we committed now with the Global Center on Adaptation to do $25 billion by 2025. And the idea here is that we would take our 12.5, assuming 50-50% parity, and then mobilize an additional $25 billion. But the needs in Africa are significantly much higher than that. And so what we did beyond that additional resources was to go out of the way, and now we are trying to establish a climate action window, which will provide what I would call, will try and bridge the inadequacy that exists in climate finance, the inefficiency that exists in climate finance, and also the cost of climate finance, because you find that a lot of the climate finance in Africa ends up in the form of debt, which adds to the already burdened countries which have significant fiscal challenges. So that is what we are trying to do. And so the other thing we know is that 75% of climate finance in Africa is largely through public sector. And this is not sustainable. So what we are trying to do is to find ways of having the private sector play even a more increasing role, and try and reverse so that you have more financing from the private sector as opposed to public sector. And this is one area where we have come up with the issue, developing what we call the Adaptation Benefits Mechanism, which is a new pilot scheme that we are trying to utilize to help countries or to help quantify the benefits of projects. Unfortunately, adaptation projects are very area-specific, context and region-specific. So as a result, whereas in conventional investments, you expect to see returns on investments, revenues, that is not the case. Here you need packets of information. So what is important in order to be able to attract to private sector investment through ABM is to try and introduce regulatory and sector reforms, create an enabling environment that will ensure that as adaptation benefit mechanism, which is already adopted as part of Section 6.8 of the Paris Agreement, is accepted as a means of providing climate financing through the private sector. It's very similar to what we call the CDM previously. Yes. Let me stop there, Alexia. Thank you.
No, that's excellent. It's great to see this ambition, Kevin. Thank you. And thank you also for the last point you made about trying to understand how to quantify also the returns in the adaptation space. Because if we can't do that, we won't get the scale of financing to these activities. So thank you so much. So Mari Pangestu, who's immediately to my left, is the Managing Director for Development Policy and Partnerships at the World Bank. Mari, thanks for coming. I think a lot of us have been really excited to see the country climate and development reports, the CCDRs, come out, including a few, I think, just recently in Africa. And I would like you, to the extent you can, to give us a peek into the process of these reports. What I mean by that is I want to understand more the interaction with the governments as you're doing this work, are there surprises that come out in the reports and the findings to the governments that perhaps might spur action faster than they would have otherwise, including on adaptation? So give us a sense of how they're received, any surprises as you do them, and how they spur action.
Thanks, Alexia. For those of you to add another abbreviation, CCDRs, they're intended to integrate climate and development and bring it down to the country level, because every country will have different situations, different country situations, different priorities in terms of addressing climate change, whether it's mitigation, whether it's adaptation, and I would even add protecting nature and carbon reserves. So we look at all those aspects at the country level, and we use the best data we have available, the best models, the best tools, to try to simulate if the country was going to undertake climate action, but make sure that you do it in a way that does not affect your that you also develop at the same time. Then how would you actually do it, right? So it's helping countries to find the pathways and prioritize what are the most important investments and impact they can have for both climate and development. I think what's surprising is that you kind of had this in mind that some countries it will be mainly mitigation, some countries it would be more adaptation. I think the surprising thing is that even in large countries where we thought that adaptation may be less of a problem, it turns out it's still a problem. So like a country like China, mitigation is obviously a big issue. They are contributing a lot to the coal CO2 emission, but actually adaptation is also a big issue for China. For instance, we were able to show that with the high heat waves, the labor productivity can go down in 5 provinces that are agriculture-based by almost 10%, right? So they suffer, not to mention all the small islands and the countries that are, or in Africa, where it's mainly an adaptation problem. So you have to look at both mitigation and adaptation, and there's also the linkage between adaptation and mitigation. I think that's what we found also not surprising, but important to note. The second thing, how did we work with governments? We had all kinds of experiences, let's just say. In some cases, the governments were actually very keen because they wanted to improve their NDCs, or they knew that this is part of their competitiveness. Even like Turkey and Vietnam, they were keen to have it because they were facing CBAM. So they wanted to show that they are having a sustainable supply chain and having long-term low-carbon development strategy. In other countries, they were very reluctant and very hesitant. But once you have, so I think what I want to emphasize is that what's important is the process with the countries. In the beginning, they may be very hesitant. But when you start showing them the numbers that if you did this, if you didn't do this, this is what's going to happen in terms of GDP growth, jobs loss, productivity loss, health impact. And what really gets to people is actually the impact on people. So the moment you translate it into jobs, health impact, productivity, then it really resonates with the policymakers. And then you are able to turn around. Now, if you actually prioritized the investments in this adaptation, in this mitigation, you could actually achieve both climate and development. Climate and development is not a trade-off, but you got to translate it into the projects, the priority projects that can actually make a difference. And I think in the short term, you have to identify in the next 5 years what's realistic that they can do, and it's about confidence building. For the governments to understand that you can actually do this. And that's why working with partners like GCF and others become very important on the ground. What was the last part of the third part of your question?
No, I think you actually covered the ground. I mean, first of all, I think really, really helpful to hear what you said about climate and development, not a trade-off, but you need to be specific about how you get there, what the projects are, the links between mitigation and adaptation, that really resonated as well. And the fact that you can look at this as a cost if you want as a country, but actually you don't have a choice, right? If you want growth, if you want jobs, if you want your people to be safe, you have to invest.
Yeah.
So I think that was quite clear.
Yeah, let me just add one more point because I used to be a policymaker. I used to say you got to scare them to action. And that's why these numbers were important because it shows them the cost of inaction and the impact on the people. But then you got to give them a solution. This is what you can do in the short run. This is what you can do. You have to understand, that was the other finding. The political economy and institutional constraints are really, really something we have to work with. So we have to identify what can be done so that they have the confidence to continue, So I think that's really, the big learning for us. And working with countries, it has to be country-led. That's the other thing. Country-led and country-owned.
No, excellent. Country-led, the political economy, I think to everything we're trying to do here at COP, it's all about the dynamics of political economy in many ways. So that really resonates. So thank you. And glad that after you scared them, you offer them solutions. That's good. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So Henry Gonzalez is the Deputy Executive Director of the Green Climate Fund. All eyes are on you as well this week. And you have a portfolio that's 50-50 adaptation mitigation in terms of grant equivalent. So that's great. And, Mari just now mentioned the small island developing states. And I wish that I'd like for you to give us some examples of work that you do in adaptation, perhaps also with a focus on some of the more vulnerable countries, perhaps the SIDS. And then also if any lessons or learning from you about what it takes, or can you bring private sector into some of the adaptation activities?
Thank you very much, Alexia. And it's great to be among partners because the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the African Development Bank are accredited entities to the GCF, and we work very closely together. But it's also great to be with Treasury and our board member here, Victoria, because shareholders and our partners make this also happen. So the ambition is important, and I think the work is indeed a partnership-led work. While we do indeed are pretty close to 50-50 adaptation mitigation on grant equivalency, when we look at the flow from a nominal value, there is indeed a long way to go to reach that 50-50 from a volume perspective. But I believe the journey is on the right direction, and especially with private sector adaptation. At GCF, in this year of 2022, our board approved a new adaptation policy, and it also approved a new private sector strategy. And I recall in a previous conversation, Alexia, you said adaptation is local. And for us, that is very important because direct access to adaptation projects is indeed local. And we really want to make sure that even our international partners engage direct access entities to do this work together, because that, proximity and that clarity on what needs to be done is very much needed. We've been working on several projects around the SIDS, so we invest and make grants across all the emerging economies and developing countries, but we do have vulnerable states or vulnerable territories that we focus, and those are small development states, island states, least developed countries, and African states. So we approved private equity investment to work on coral reef, and we have about 20 countries that we're working around. So we are the equity window of the Global Coral Reef Fund, where there is also a grant window. And we provided $100 million of equity to really crowd in other investors. So one thing that GCF has that sometimes our MDB partners also come to us to partner is that we have that patient capital. We have that sort of flexible capital because we could use any instrument in our toolkit as long as it makes sense from an additionality perspective and from proper concessionality. But the idea is that we would like to do what others don't do. Now, as we want to move, and I know there's a very big push on reform of MDBs, I think one element is that we could also bring MDBs or DFIs to take junior tranches alongside with us, because we have finite capital, and we're going to be launching our second replenishment, and we hope it's as ambitious as possible. But, 10 billion in a replenishment can only get us so far. But the idea is how much are we going to be able to leverage? At the moment, we've got about 11.8 billion that have been committed, but our co-financing is about 42 billion included. So there are very much opportunities. Now, one element that we also bring is GCF provides readiness grants, and we also provide project preparation facilities. And a lot of times, the projects that have an adaptation angle require preparation, require standards, require getting the data on beneficiaries, require many potential enabling environment and policies. And GCF is able to also come in and support with that in order to, when the funding proposal is ready, hopefully those barriers that were not allowing the investments to flow would allow investments to flow. So I think it's a lot of innovation, enabling environment, de-risking at scale, and greening the local financial services. Thank you.
No, excellent. Thank you so much. And we really are looking forward to the conversation next year, the reforms, the replenishment, the new strategy. Really excited to see what comes out of that, building on the work that you're doing. Thank you so much for that. So now I'd like to turn to Juan Pablo Bonilla, who is the Manager of Climate Change and Sustainable Development at the Inter-American Development Bank. And you know, as the number and the severity of natural disasters have increased, I think a lot of countries' resilience has been truly stretched. There's a limit to how resilient one can be. And so IDB, I think, has been quite creative with the use of contingent credit facilities that finance disbursements in the event of a natural disaster. And I'd like to hear from you, your experience with these facilities, and if you were to advise another MDB that was considering also having similar facilities, what are the lessons learned? What goes well? What could you improve? Thank you, Juan Pablo.
It's a pleasure being here with you and with my colleagues. Before answering the contingency lines, I think it's important to understand the evolution of adaptation and resiliency in our banks. At the IDB, it was more mitigation than adaptation. But Alexia, we saw a turning point 2 years ago when we developed, not only IDB, but IDB Invest, the disaster, risk, and climate methodology as a safeguard. So far, we're evaluating all the projects of the IDB group right now with that tool. So you identify, when you do that assessment, where do you need to do then adaptation at the project level. So that has been great because so far in last year, we were about 47% of adaptation. And we are, as you said, Henry, in a good journey to advance. The other thing is going beyond the project analysis to, as you said, to the local analysis. I just came to the C40 meeting a couple of weeks ago. All the mayors are asking about what's the first step to have adaptation. And it was very interesting, Alexia, because we said zoning, planning. So if you don't do a well zoning starting at the territorial level, could be a city, could be rural development, then it's very hard to bring adaptation into the project level. So that is something that we're starting also to bring into the adaptation picture. And finally, everybody's talking right now about the link of nature, biodiversity, and climate, COP15. We have developed, as part of the climate agenda of the bank, also nature and biodiversity as part of biodiversity. So you start bringing example, mangroves. You go to all the Caribbean countries, all our coastal cities, mangroves, nature-based solutions are becoming a key part of resiliency for infrastructure and for cities, for example. And also for people, because it recovers fisheries and creates employment. Now, let's go to the contingency lines. We started developing different instruments for the countries. The first one, we developed the IGOB, is an indicator of governance and public policy for disasters and climate risk. But after that, that is an ex-ante preparation for the countries. We saw the importance of having a contingency line for ministers of finance linked to natural disasters. And it was a very innovative, as you said, as part of the contingency facility, because it doesn't affect the envelope of the ADB with the countries, with the Minister of Finance. It is in addition to, but the country only pays interest when the country start using the contingency line. So the experience has been so far very important. We have 17 countries in the region with the contingency lines. All of the Caribbean countries have the contingency lines, including Belize and Dominican Republic. And that has provided, I would say, a fast way to respond to natural hazards. So the contingency line has been, in that sense, very important. But we went ahead a year and a half ago, and the Treasury Department of the bank, seeing the contingency lines, developed the hurricane clause. And the hurricane clause is at the project level to have that clause in the contract. And if you have the hurricane, for example, you can postpone the payment of principal for 2 years. But you need to have the contingency line first to be able to access the hurricane clause. And BidInvest has done the same. BidInvest developed the El Niño clause that evolved to be the climate clause, and they are using that in a similar way to also protect private sector companies to impact. What is next? How to build resiliency. And we need to develop new instruments like performance-based instruments to pay for resiliency after the use of the contingency clause, but also the contingency credit lines, but also the different clauses that we are developing as a group.
That's such an excellent trajectory that you walked us through, including the next steps still to come around building resilience, which obviously is, we'd rather be resilient and mitigate and sort of reduce the negative impact of shocks when they come, if at all possible. It would be less costly, I'm sure, but we need to figure out the right instruments and the right approaches. So that makes a lot of sense. And, Mari, I won't put you on the spot right now, but I'd be, interested to hear whether the World Bank is, at one point, if the World Bank is also thinking about hurricane clauses, for example. So maybe that will be for after hours conversation. Actually, not maybe, probably for sure. All right. No, great. And I'd like to just acknowledge that we allow you to meet not just one, but two climate experts at the African Development Bank. So Gareth has now joined us in the place of Kevin. So welcome, Gareth. So I want to touch a bit more on Henry, what you spoke about, and also Juan around the locally led adaptation, right? And I want to hear from you. How do we really have access to finance? Get to the most local level possible, if you think that's the right thing to do, by the way, because maybe you don't think it's the most impactful thing to do. A lot of people sort of come to me and say, it's really, really hard for us to access these fine institutions represented here. So what would you say to them? How do you make sure, if you think it's the right thing to do, to get to the most local community level to be able to help them with their adaptation plans as well? And I might start with you, Henry.
Access is always the question that we get at the GCF. And I think access has very levels. Access to finance is one, but the other one is access to the right instrument, is access to capacity building, is access to, the right profile of risk, impact, and reward. Now, what I would do is, we also support countries do their national adaptation plans. And I think that we need to transition from working on plans into going towards investments and providing like an agenda for investments. Because a lot of those strategies that we support on NDCs, etc., do not have like a path forward on how to translate those into some of these access. We work very closely with SITs, as you mentioned, and the best way is through doing transactions and in really engaging in at least testing the waters in projects. Now, we do find that in the case of the SITs, there is lack of capacity at the local level, or the entities that are accredited at the GCF do not have that capacity. So sometimes we need to really be strategic in finding the right partner, and sometimes working with programs and not just projects. And this will get us to look into multi-country, regional, sub-regional projects, because one thing we need to be quite careful is that this world of climate finance is extremely fragmented. And when we see something much fragmented, it is sometimes difficult to scale. So if there is a way that we could work, so we're trying to work on the blue economy, going into a blue bond, for example. So now we're having conversations with the Caribbean, with the Pacific, or the African states. Because when we had one request from one Pacific island, it was for a $3 million blue bond. The transaction cost of such important instrument would be as high or higher than if we did a 100 million bond for a sub-region. So I think we really need to make sure that there is some aggregation to reach scale, but at the same time, there is also a lot of agility on what instruments are needed to build something.
Great. No, thank you. And let me turn to you, Mari, now. So Henry talked about finding the right partner. I mean, can you tell us a little bit more about how you do that from your perspective? And can you go hyper-local, and how do you do that? And do you need to do it?
Of course, I think you know at the end of the day, climate and development has people in the center. So you do have to think about the people, and it can be at the broad level, and that's why I just wanted to add on the CCDRs. Back to the CCDRs, they are not just instruments where we talk to the government. You're also talking to all the stakeholders and the CSOs. And you give you I think the best example of this was in South Africa. We've just published the CCDRs in South Africa, and because South Africa has this already the habit of having very wide consultation before they, they discuss the CCDRs, and that fed into their national climate change action plan as well, right? But at the very local level, I wanted to give an example where we partnered with GCF, the Ethiopia Land Resilience and Livelihood Project, where it's a good example where we both, we leveraged on GCF. I think it was 160 million, and IDA came in with 119 million to improve the land in this rural area in Ethiopia. But what's interesting about it is the innovation of involving the rural community to talk with the partners and the government what needs to be done. And you got this triple win of the land being more productive. You have carbon reserve, increased resilience, so you have the climate impact, and then you have the livelihood impact. And the other novel thing, I like this one, we also built in improving the asset ownership by women. Yeah, I thought that was a really great addition. So what we are doing, we're trying to make it more systematic. We have this standardized approach to leverage and adapt community-driven development that supports locally led climate action and link climate change commitments at international and national level. So we're trying to standardize what you do if you wanted to involve the local community. And we're not experimenting. We have a pilot in West Africa in 11 countries. And we also have this program in Kenya, Financing Locally Led Climate Action Plan program, which we introduced last year at COP26, which helps to create a climate finance model that involves citizen engagement in climate decision making. You know, it's giving them a voice, basically, and also working with local governments, counties, how they should work with their local communities. I think this is all very important because at the end of the day, whether you get pushback or whether you get support, it's going to come from the local community.
No, thank you so much, Mari. And so, Juan Pablo, same question, but I'm going to push a little harder. You know, big institution based in D.C. Yes, you have people based in country. That's fine. But, you know, can your instruments that you have, you know, as IDB, whether it's, you know, the public side or the private side, can you really, you know, get to that local level in effective ways?
Thank you, Alexia. And I think we need to learn a lot in our institutions from the social areas to get that connection. More and more we have projects related to get directly to beneficiaries. For example, we had one in El Salvador for sustainable agriculture. It was pure adaptation to coffee. And more we'll see projects related to agriculture or to cities in which you see that connection with people. But you mentioned at the beginning the importance of food security. The contingency lines that we have for natural disaster, for hurricanes, we're in the process to see if we can adapt those for food security. But what we're seeing is that we need to work with the social department. Everything that they did in the past for cash transfers, for health, for education, even for COVID, we saw a correlation that the cities that did best for COVID were the ones that had a good natural disaster safety net, for example. So if you need to get directly to communities after a disaster or to develop resiliency, we're working every day with the social department to see if the safety net that they have could be used by us to get directly to people. But at the same time, if you have programs like cash transfers, non-conditional and then conditional, to very poor communities in rural areas or coastal areas, think about mangroves again in the Caribbean, to plan, conserve, you have the communities, and gender is key here, women leading that process. So I think part of the future for us in the public side is to work with the social department on that. And you mentioned the adaptation plans. The private sector part is going to be key, Alex. And James Scriven is here, and Alexandre. They are working a lot on Bid Invest 2.0 to have new instruments also for adaptation, because as a system, you asked me how to get to the country level. We are seeing first that we need to change the way to work, and you can help us a lot with rating agencies. If rating agencies, instead of penalizing vulnerability at the country level, start rewarding resiliency, you are going to start having the right incentives from the public side to maybe then have less premium of the countries to the insurance companies. And also for the private sector. Bid Invest, if you see the adaptation numbers, they count just some part, not the whole asset, but they're making the whole asset resilient. And again, if the rating agencies improve, not penalizing, but giving the incentive for private sector to improve the pricing, that will make a total difference as a system to then go to adaptation plans from public and private sector.
So if I don't smoke and I exercise and I'm making my body more resilient, my life insurance should be cheaper, and can we translate that into MDB world? Okay, I got it. I'll work on it. I'll think about that. Thank you. Thank you for that thought. So I'm going to actually switch the question now, Gareth, if I may. And you know, in my mind, adaptation is relevant to every sector of the economy, every sector that, you know, all of your institutions work in. I'm curious from your experience, what you see in your portfolio, however, if you think about mainstreaming, because we want you to screen, I know you're working on this, screening all projects, right, for adaptation and resilience. Is the uptake, however, in terms of where you see integration of resilience and adaptation measures, is that uptake more prevalent in certain sectors than others? Can you tell me more about that dynamic internally in the portfolio and with countries?
Thank you very much indeed. So, I mean, I think so. The VP mentioned the fact that they were very closely linked to our regional member countries, and that, you know, they bring us the projects they want to take forward, and many of those have high components of adaptation built into them already. So, particularly in the agriculture sector, water sanitation, climate resilient roads, and so on. So, you know, there's the task of mainstreaming the adaptation into these projects, for us, is not that difficult because of the nature of the projects are there. But I think it is, and maybe I can kind of just step on from that and then point to the two pilot projects that we have going under the adaptation benefits mechanism that you asked about previously, because these are very interesting examples. The first is looking at climate resilient cocoa production in Côte d'Ivoire. And the second is about rapidly deployable flood defenses around a housing estate in Nigeria. So these are two completely different technologies that we see as having adaptation potential, because they're helping those communities become more resilient to climate change. And as we seek to, you know, to mobilize finance, what we want to see happening is to recognize the difference between developed country private sector actors and developing country private sector actors. The developed country private sector actors at the moment are falling over themselves to spend money on emission reductions because they've adopted net zero targets. We would like to see a situation where they voluntarily, or they are encouraged to adopt some kind of adaptation target, and that could be a supply chain adaptation or a resilient supply chain target, for example. So they say, okay, we want to support the actors in our supply chain to make sure it's resilient, and we're willing to pay for that. And that's grant money, it's performance-based payments that we see going into the carbon market. And so in that sense, it's not so different. And then you've got the developing country private sector actors. These are the micro, small and medium enterprises, the communities and the cooperatives. And in Africa, they're largely unbankable. They can't access any credit because they don't have any cash flows. But they can get the cash flows from the adaptation projects, and they can borrow the money from the MDBs and the Green Climate Fund, and we can put the guarantees in place to help that process flow. And then when they deliver the certified adaptation benefits, then they get the cash to repay the loan, and they get some return as well for their investments. So, I think that there's this opportunity to mainstream adaptation activities into a lot of different types of activities that we're not yet exploiting, because, as I see it, we're completely focused on mitigation from the private sector point of view, and we need to open the door and encourage them. And there's a role for governments to do that, because they said they would provide technology support, finance, and capacity building. But they can delegate that responsibility to the private sector to encourage them to get involved. Let me pause there. Thank you.
No, I mean, I think that was a great intervention, and I think a real, challenge, I think, to the many, many private sector colleagues who are here at COP about thinking how they can use, their value chains to sort of built-in incentives for adaptation. I think that really resonates. And your point about technology is, I think, really important, because I think part of the adaptation story will be a technology story, whether it's, in energy efficiency, water efficiency, climate-proof infrastructure, et cetera. So that really, really resonates. I think you wanted to jump in, Henry?
Just to provide a couple of examples. Because while the private sector of emerging markets are of medium or small sizes, they're also large players. And those large players, both on the financial institutions but also on the asset owners, need to engage. And we should be able to bring them in. We're working on a guarantee program with a large bank in Tanzania focused only on adaptation. And a little bit to what Gareth was saying, we're working with this bank in order for that bank to provide that line. On the technology side, we funded as the anchor junior equity, a private equity firm that does cross-transferring of technology only on adaptation. So I think, and we created this as a carve-out of a larger fund, because this might be doing other things, because there are synergies on technology creation between develop and developing. But if we're able to transfer that technology and make sure that it's adapted, also, pun intended, to the countries, there's an opportunity to do this properly.
This is interesting. Our panelists are starting to debunk the concept that adaptation is, sort of all public sector, that there is some opportunities for private sector as well. Mari, is that your experience as well? And I'm going to give a heads up, impromptu, that as Juan Pablo said, the head of IDB Invest, Jay Scriven, is in the audience, and I might ask him a question impromptu as well. But Mari, first to you, what is your experience with whether or not the private sector also has a role with respect to adaptation?
I think what the way we see it is that private sector needs to understand the risks, and that comes from having measures of resilience, right? We have these resilience indicators and resilience risk indicators, which provides information as to where are the risks. And this is information for the private sector in terms of the risks. But it's also an opportunity for them, if they wanted to invest, to reduce the risk, or if there are technologies or if there are possibilities to work with the government to reduce these risks. And there's also, I think there's another space which we haven't talked about, which is the role of the private sector in insurance. Because we had this session this morning, what was it called? GRIF. Tell me what GRIF is again.
Global Concession.
Global Resilience.
Global Resilience Investment Facility? Insurance facility.
Insurance, finance facility, yeah. So what it is how do you provide insurance in anticipation of a disaster, right? And there are insurance facilities, and there was an example today from Somalia where you work with the pastoral community. There was also another example of the catastrophe bonds of Jamaica, where we supported Jamaica. We provided a guarantee, and they were able to raise in the capital market $185 million of catastrophe bond in the case there was a catastrophe, right, or a hurricane. So I think private sector can also come in on the insurance side, and there are many ways the private sector can be involved. But if I can just depart a little bit, because I think we're talking about adaptation. It's very, very important. But I just wanted to mention that we can't talk about adaptation without saying that you can't have adaptation without growth. Okay, it's just like you can't have poverty reduction without growth, because otherwise they will still continue to cut the firewood, etc. Right? So you need growth. So that's one condition. Second, no matter how much we work on adaptation, if we don't address mitigation, we will not be, the heat waves will continue and so on. So the big target of the reduction of the mitigation, both by advanced countries, large middle income emitters, that has to be a big part of addressing adaptation. I just wanted us not to forget that connection, right? And
I think that's a really good point. I think you made it when you talked about the learnings of the CCDRs. Yeah. We're showing the links between this. And this is, unfortunately, a world of you can't just choose one priority. I mean, that's the world we live in. It's complex, it's messy, and we've got to figure out how to deliver. So that makes sense. And thank you so much for bringing insurance to the table. It would have been bad to not raise this in the context of this conversation. So, James, do you want to come up for a bit? Yeah, impromptu. You're the head of something. You should be able to do this. Private sector adaptation. What are the options?
Should I go there? I thought I was done for the day, but when a larger shareholder asks a question, you have to answer. So the question is exactly private sector adaptation. Yes. So first, a pitch to continue the conversation that Juan Pablo was leading. One, we believe that an adapted asset is a less riskier asset. So we start by the premise that if in the past world where climate variability wasn't that big, we looked at many other things unrelated to climate. When you're a development institution and you're investing 10, 15, 20 years, the chances of a climate event affecting them is close to zero. Of not happening is close to zero. So all our activities relate to how do we protect an asset to protect our own balance sheet and sustainability of the asset. So a comment that I wanted to add to, the world has been very active in what is called thematic bonds. Bonds that relate to one of the 17 SDGs. What we noticed in a conversation about 3 months ago in our Sustainability Week is that investors are moving away from a thematic bond to a sustainability-linked bonds, where you have KPIs related to this. So the assets that we're starting to develop are assets that have an interest rate, but if you adapt that asset, I'll drop your interest rate because my credit department, in our case, our CRO, Rachel Roboy, says that asset is less risky, so I can drop my interest rate. Is that good? I can swap places again? Yeah.
Thank you so much for being game for doing this. You see, and you get applause there. No, thank you. And that was super helpful. And I think I was speaking to IFC, one of your partners as well, the other day, and we were talking about the sustainability-linked bonds. And I think it perhaps aligns the incentives also in a tighter way. So I think I'm very interested to see how that market develops. So thank you, James, and thank you, Juan Pablo, for sharing the stage with James. Okay, so I think we're coming close to the end of our time. So I think I'd like to end with a question for all the panelists, and I want you to project yourself to a year from now, to the next COP. And, you know, if you have an audience in front of you of people from the V20, the vulnerable, most vulnerable countries in this world, and they would ask you, what did you do in the last 365 days to make my land, my people, my livelihoods more secure? What would you like to be able to say to them that is different from what you would be able to say today? Who do I start? Kevin, you looked at me by eye contact. Kevin goes first.
I'm ready to go. Thank you very much. Standing in for Kevin. So in a year's time, Alicia, I want to be able to say that we capitalized the African Adaptation Benefit Fund, which enabled us to sign adaptation benefit supply agreements with project developers in your countries. And they are now leveraging that contract to supply adaptation benefits to raise the funds to implement projects to make them more reliable. So we want to create and capitalize the African Adaptation Benefit Fund. That would be what I would want to say next year.
Not bad. I like it. But you got to disperse it too, not just capitalize it, right?
No, there's notice. The disbursement really is just signing the contract, and you pay on delivery of the certified adaptation benefits.
Okay.
So I can commit that money inside a year.
Okay. Okay, good. You heard it here. Next year.
But we have to capitalize it.
All right. So we'll go down the line. Juan Pablo.
He talked about capital, so maybe James has to talk also about Invest 2.0.
You're on the hook. You're on the hook.
I would say we were able to first use the contingency line for food security because it's affecting many people in the region. And we were able, Alexa, to start doing that link of cash transfers directly to poor communities related not only to hurricanes and impacts, but also to food security. I'm linking both issues in the next year.
Great. Very clear. Very clear. Thank you. Henry.
Thank you. I would have three messages. The first one is we funded the largest African Resilient Infrastructure Equity Fund. The second one is we invested every single day in raising a very ambitious replenishment to do more adaptation. And the third, we implemented the adaptation strategy focus as one of our key points of the second GCF. So we need programming, we need money, and we need policies.
That's a pitch if I heard one. Very clear. Thank you. Mari.
I would hope that by next year, Global Shield would have been in place, which is this pre-financing for protection, and it's an insurance scheme for the vulnerable countries. But to make that happen, we've got to support the countries to come up with the crisis preparedness mechanisms that will allow them to be participating in this insurance scheme. And that's where we would come in at three levels. Prevention, preparing, and response mechanisms for dealing with natural disasters. And finally, I would hope that, 50% of our financing is for adaptation. I would hope that we would at least maintain that and even more. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I have to say, I feel that with the four of you, plus James, plus Kevin, we clearly, and I hope you, audience, agree, we clearly have professionals who are deeply thinking about some of the most complex challenges, facing the planet and people and economies today. I think your message about it takes the whole of your institutions, I think, came through indirectly in everything you said to actually deliver on this particular agenda, because it's not a standalone agenda. And I think your example, Juan Pablo, the zoning example, which is maybe not the first thing you think about, but the zoning example means that also at the country level, it takes a whole of country approach if we're going to get it right, also really resonates. I have come away with a more thoughtful way to think about the interaction between public and private in the adaptation space, including in my conversations with investors, and I'm having lots of conversations on mitigation with investors around the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, but I think I'm going to add a new topic to those conversations, and that's been incredibly helpful to me. So I'm going to ask you, dear audience, to please join me in thanking this panel, wish them energy and a little bit of luck and lots of brains so that when they come back next year, they can report back positively on everything they said on this stage to the last question. And of course, I also thank you for joining us here at the U.S. Center for this event. So thank you so very much.
Hey.